attended, well, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wood. Any follow-up?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, and may he be excused. All right, sir, thank you very
Thank you,
much
Lauren.
for your time.
Thank you all.
Yes. We'll have you back at 10 after 10. please be seated.
Judge, regarding Mr. Hunter's rebuttal, it seems to arrest, we would call Dr. Jason Demery for rebuttal with Troy Victorino.
All right, just one moment, Mr. Urbana. All right.
Raise your right hand. Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All set, Doctor?
Yes, sir.
Could you please state your entire name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Sure. Jason Andrew Demery, D is in Delta, E-M-E-R-Y.
And your doctor?
Yes, sir.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a state of Florida licensed psychologist and board certified neuropsychologist.
Now, the jury's already heard some testimony about psychologist versus neuropsychologist, but can you tell them what's the difference between the two?
Sure. Well, a neuropsychologist is a clinical psychologist, but in addition to that, we're specialty trained in brain behavior relationships, and so we understand neuroanatomy, the pathophysiology of brain disease, cognition, emotional functioning, and these sorts of things. And so we're experts with regard to how the brain functions, especially as it relates to thinking, remembering, speaking, and using emotions.
And you said you're a board certified forensic, not forensic psychologist, but neuropsychologist.
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury what your educational background is that allows you to do the work that you do?
Sure. So I completed a bachelor's degree in psychology while on active duty in the Marine Corps in 1995. That was at the University of West Florida in Pensacola. I then completed a master's degree in psychology, clinical psych, from Southern Illinois University in 1996. And then I started the PhD program at the University of Florida in 1998 and completed that in 2004. That was a PhD in clinical psychology with an emphasis in neuropsychology. After graduating with my PhD in 2004, I completed a postdoctoral fellowship in neuropsychology at UF and the University of Florida Brain Institute. I then was hired on full-time as faculty at UF in neuropsychology, right there at Shands Hospital in Gainesville. And I became independently licensed to practice psychology in 2007. And I became board certified in clinical neuropsychology in 2014.
Could you also tell the jury, I know you mentioned working at UF or teaching UF, can you tell the jury your occupational background?
Sure. So I don't know if anybody's familiar with Gainesville, but across the street from the University of Florida, the medical center at Shands is the Gainesville VA Medical Center. And so I've kind of gone back and forth across the street a couple times between UF and the VA Medical Center. I was recruited to go over to the VA hospital and to serve as a clinical neuropsychologist on their mild traumatic brain injury program because of the blast exposures that soldiers and Marines were experiencing in the wars of Iraq and Afghanistan. So from 2007 until about 2011, I was a clinical neuropsychologist at the Gainesville VA. And then UF came a-calling again a second time, and this time it was the College of Medicine. They wanted to hire me in their forensic psychiatry program to teach physicians about traumatic brain injury, the neuropsychology of traumatic brain injury, and also how to apply neuropsychological issues within the courtroom. So teaching psychological testing, neuropsychological testing, and how a person, specifically a psychiatrist, would use those abilities to help inform a trier of fact like a jury or perhaps a judge when making very serious legal decisions.
And more recently, have you been working in your own practice?
Yes. In 2021, I resigned from the VA after 20 years of federal service, and I've been in full-time private practice in Gainesville since that time.
And is your practice clinical, forensic, both?
It's about 95% forensic, and where I do civil litigation and work on criminal cases, and then just a real small percentage of my time is spent doing disability evaluations.
And in regard to testifying in criminal cases, have you been retained and testified for both the government, state attorneys, or federal prosecutors, but also for the defense as well?
Yes, absolutely.
And in proceedings similar to this one?
Yes.
What's the hourly rate that you're charging in this case?
You know, I was reviewing my depot, and I think I said $400 an hour. That's my regular hourly rate, but frankly, I believe that our contract said $300 per hour. So $300 per hour, yes.
And is that, you charge a different rate for travel versus testimony or work on a case?
Yes, it would be a little bit less per hour for travel time, but a little bit more for my testimony time, whether that's at deposition or trial.
And if you had to give a rough estimate, how many hours do you think you worked on this case, reviewing materials, testifying at deposition, things like that?
It's approximately 25 to 30 before coming here. I came yesterday, so about 25 to 30, not including today.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic psychology and neuropsychology?
Yes, I have, in both state and federal court and for the Department of Defense.
And I forgot to ask this question, but you're obviously licensed in the state of Florida.
Yes, sir.
In this case, were you retained by the state of Florida to potentially provide rebuttal testimony in the field of neuropsychology?
Yes, sir.
And was that in relation to Troy Victorino?
Yes.
Just generally, you don't have to list everything, but what types of materials were you provided to review the case?
I was provided with prior testimony from the defendants, multiple defendants in this case, also the charging documents, also the some of the most significant documents I reviewed was several neuropsychological evaluation testing sessions by a Dr. Eisenstein. I spent quite a bit of time analyzing and going over his raw neuropsychological data. I also looked at some medical records and testimony from Mr. Hunter, from Mr. Victorino, from Mr. Salas, crucial interview and testimony from Mr. Graham. Right now, I think that's probably most of it.
Did you, yesterday when Mr. Victorino was presenting his case, did you observe the testimony of the defense experts?
Yes.
So that included Dr. Danziger?
Yes.
Dr. Buffington?
Yes.
And all other witnesses? Dr.
Yes.
Campbell?
Yes, sir. Dr. Campbell as well. And I did look at some of their notes as well from previously in the case.
And you mentioned neuropsychological testing. Is that the primary reason you were retained on this case?
Yes.
What is neuropsychological testing?
So, as a clinical neuropsychologist, it's not uncommon for a person to come see us because they are complaining of perhaps some difficulty with attention concentration or short-term memory, or coming up with just the right word at just the right time, and perhaps they're in their 50s or 60s and they may have concerns. Is this normal everyday forgetfulness that's normal for me at age 64, whatever the case may be, or does this constitute maybe an early Alzheimer's situation that I need to be concerned about? And so a neuropsychologist actually has cognitive tests that are objectively administered, they're objectively scored, and they're interpreted based on other folks' same age, same sex, same level of education, so that we can make informed decisions about, is there a memory impairment here relative to your norm reference cohorts, yes or no? And if there is a memory impairment, what's the nature of that impairment? And then finally, what's the magnitude of the impairment? And it could suggest a deficit within a specific neuroanatomical system in the brain. So like Alzheimer's disease has a very predictable neuropsychological profile. We know the neuropathology of Alzheimer's disease. And so the strength of neuropsychology is that we use objective tests to make a determination. Is there brain dysfunction, yes or no? And if yes, what's the nature of that dysfunction?
Now, we're going to come back to that in a moment, but I do want to ask you, you were not retained to assess whether or not Mr. Victorino has suffered or suffers from PTSD.
Correct.
But you're aware of the testimony in regard to the diagnosis of PTSD
Yes.
What is PTSD?
Well, PTSD is an anxiety disorder that a person may be afflicted with after their exposure to a severely stressful event. It may be something that could occur directly to them, or they may be in close proximity and witness it occurring to another person, where that person may be very seriously injured or potentially even killed. And so that's the primary criterion A for PTSD. There needs to be a very significant acute stressor. And then the symptoms would include like re-experiencing like nightmares or flashbacks. It also may include avoidance of stimuli that approximates the original traumatic event. So if perhaps you get stuck in an elevator, like what happened to me not long ago, I find myself taking the stairs a lot more frequently instead of taking elevators. So that would be an example of a little bit of avoidance on my part. So there are specific diagnostic criteria for the diagnosis of PTSD, but it's an anxiety disorder secondary to having been exposed to a really traumatic event. And it's traumatic to the person. Another person, as an outsider looking at a particular event, may feel like, oh, that was no big deal, or, well, that must have been traumatic for you. And it's sort of insensitive for us to impart what we think about that event and how that may have impacted the person. So it's literally based on the person's report.
And we're not going to go any more deep into the criteria, but is the criteria in the DSM-5 TR?
Yes.
That's where it comes from.
Yes, sir.
Can it be diagnosed clinically through an interview with an individual?
It can be, yes.
Can it also be, or are there other tools to diagnose PTSD other than a clinical interview?
Well, you would do a clinical interview, but you may want to enhance your the chances of getting the diagnosis right by using an objective psychological test that can detect the presence of PTSD when it's present.
Why might it be a good idea to use an objective test to determine whether or not somebody has PTSD as opposed to an interview, or to supplement the interview with the testing?
Sure. So the testing takes into account a person's motives to perhaps exaggerate their symptoms for secondary gain issues. There are actually subtests embedded in a psychological test for anxiety or stress or PTSD that will again detect the presence of feigning, exaggerating, or embellishing symptoms. We have found that, especially in the medical legal context like what we're in today, especially when there are indications that there may have been untruths or inconsistencies expressed between providers about symptoms, that oftentimes it's very useful to use an objective test to determine if PTSD is present or not.
And at least in this case, as far as the testimony you heard yesterday, what you reviewed, none of this objective testing was done for PTSD.
That's correct.
Did you do, as part of your work on this case, or also do a forensic interview of Mr. Victorino?
Yes.
When was that?
That was in April of 2023, I believe, April 20th.
And was that here in Volusia County?
Yes, sir.
Who was there for that interview?
Well, Mr. Victorino and I were there, and then his defense staff were there as well, and the interview was videotaped.
Okay, so there's videotapes was recorded.
Yes.
And then what was the purpose? I know you talked about neuropsychological testing, but what was the purpose of doing this forensic interview with Mr. Victorino?
Well, I wanted to understand a little bit about his birth history, childhood, growing up, his educational history. Is there any indication of any neurodevelopmental conditions that would have been present from birth? Also wanted to know how far he went in school, his occupational history, his involvement with the criminal justice system. And then there's a specific focus of the interview that was dedicated to better understanding what occurred in the hours and days leading up to the events of August 5th, 2004.
And observing the testimony yesterday, did you see this concept come up with the defense experts? I think it's technically dissociative amnesia.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Well, what is dissociative amnesia?
Well, dissociative amnesia is a form of amnesia that can be present during times of severe stress, where a person is densely amnestic for what has occurred. immediately before, during, and after the presence of this amnesia. So they're technically amnestic. They have amnesia for psychological stress reasons. But what's key here is that they're densely amnestic. It's not that they're going to remember 1 minute, forget another minute, and then remember again. There's a dense period of amnesia and dissociative amnesia. But again, it's the product of severe stress.
Now let's talk about what Mr. Victorino, or can you talk to the jury about what Mr. Victorino told you about the events the night of August 5th in the morning of August 6th, 2004?
Objection calls for narrative.
I guess,
That's 24 hours. I mean, we're talking about what he...
I can break it down, Judge, so they're...
fair enough. All right,
Two points
sustained.
out of testimony.
Thank you.
Let's start with before the murder happened.
Yeah.
2 to 6 people were killed. What did Mr. Victorino tell you about that evening?
Well, he indicated that he was distressed. He was having some stress. I think he said that he was picked up by 2 of the other folks there, Cannon and Salas, if I'm not mistaken, and that he was essentially taken to the Telford location.
And did you have something else? What happened when they got to Telford? Sorry.
Well, upon arriving at Telford, it was almost as if he was given a baseball bat. It was almost like he was a passive observer of what was going on. That he,
This is him describing it to you.
yes,
Okay.
and I'm paraphrasing.
Lack of foundation in the scope of the rebuttal. He was retained to rebut neuropsychological testing, not to have a recitation of defense statements. So I would object to the lack of foundation and outside the scope of his expertise.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
And that, and again, I'm paraphrasing here, that he was more of a passive observer, passive participant. He indicated that he approached the house, he kicked the door in, and that the other 3 co-defendants entered the home. What struck me was his good recall of what occurred, despite him indicating to me that he had been using alcohol and cocaine. So he entered the house.
And I further object as the best evidence. There's a taped interview of this interview.
Overruled.
That he entered the house, he went into the bedroom to the right, and that I believe he saw Flacco, if I'm not mistaken, and that he just started swinging his bat and lost control. And after losing control and simply swinging the bat, he departed the bedroom, is the first version of what he told me.
Let me stop you there, Doctor. Did he say why he went to the house? What his purpose was for going to Telford?
I believe that it was consistent with him wanting to get his things back, is what he told me.
And so after he left the bedroom, what did he describe next?
That he exited the bedroom, the front right bedroom, and then searched throughout the house. He said he saw bodies in various rooms. He searched throughout the house. It was his motivation, I guess, at that point to perhaps find some drugs. And actually, I think he did say get his things and maybe get some drugs was part of the reason why he went. Yes, sir. And so he conducted a search throughout the house trying to find drugs. At some point, he opted to leave the home and simply told the other occupants that he was out of here, I think, and then he departed the home once and for all at that point. And I think he indicated he was not the last one to leave.
Did he share any details with you about just the hours after?
He had blood on him. He took off his clothes. He changed his clothes. I believe he showered. He did not speak particularly, with the other co-defendants. And he was dropped. I don't remember exactly where he was dropped off at.
And before we went into what he told you that night, you talked about dissociative amnesia.
Yes.
Did you see, in your professional opinion, any dissociative amnesia in his recall of that night?
Objection, lack of foundation for that opinion.
Overruled.
No. In fact, his recall, if we go through all of the details, the micro details, I think I referred to it in my deposition as pristine recall. Very, very good recall. In my opinion, there was no dissociative amnesia whatsoever.
Now, in the testimony yesterday, do you recall the defense eliciting testimony from their experts about the defendant potentially having issues with impulse control?
Yes.
All that?
Yes.
And you testified earlier that you received raw neuropsychological testing data to review in this case.
Correct.
So you didn't do the testing, it's somebody else's testing that you're reviewing.
Over the course of 4 years, I think there were 4 to 5 sessions of neuropsychological testing.
Was any of the testing data that you got relevant for purposes of impulse control?
Yeah.
Evaluating impulse control?
Yes.
Was there a specific test that was given to evaluate impulse control?
Yes.
What test was that?
That's called the Stroop test. This is a measure of inhibitory control, which is where the prefrontal cortex exerts top-down control over what we call a prepotent response, where the examinee is primed to do a particular thing, and then we change the instructions on them, and we look at the person's capacity to change their cognitive set, inhibit what they're not supposed to do, and instead engage in that behavior they're now supposed to do, despite having been primed to do this other thing. And so it's a measure of inhibitory control, which is what the prefrontal cortex does of the brain.
And it was all this testing that you reviewed that we're going to talk about here, was this more recent, 22, 23, those years?
Yes, it started in 2019, and I believe it continued over the course of 5 total sessions, the last of which occurred, I believe, in 2023.
And did you review the raw data related to the Stroop test that was done?
Yes.
What psychological impressions did you get from the raw data from the results of that test?
Well, I got no impressions. It literally told me what the answer was, and the answer was that his capacity to inhibit his behavior, as measured on the Stroop test, was entirely normal. He scored in the average range on that measure.
And do you recall testimony yesterday being presented regarding the defendant potentially having issues with an impaired memory?
Yes.
And I know we already talked about dissociative amnesia, so now we're talking about impaired memory. Was there testing done relevant to whether or not the defendant, around those test dates, had impaired memory issues?
Yes. In fact, I think there was a demonstrative aid that made issue of potentially impaired memory. And his memory was tested every way to Sunday. And in each and every memory test that he was administered, he scored in the average range, completely normal, no impairment in recent memory.
And do you recall testimony being presented regarding the defendant potentially having issues with his cognitive functioning or cognitive impairment based upon events from his childhood?
Yes.
And was there neuropsychological testing done that you reviewed the raw data for relevant to cognitive functioning or cognitive impairment?
Yes.
What tests were those, just generally?
I mean, there were probably 20 to 30 different neuropsychological tests that were administered. And from these 20 to 30 different tests, there were probably well over 100 scores. And these are measures of speed of information processing, attention concentration, learning and memory, language abilities, arithmetic, reading, mathematical ability, and finally executive functioning, which is what the prefrontal cortex does. In addition to inhibitory control, there's some other things. And across the board, I believe that there was a mildly impaired range in the context of well over 100 scores that were entirely normal. And as a board-certified neuropsychologist, the relevance of that is there's absolutely no evidence of a neuropsychological impairment, no cognitive impairment, period.
Doctor, I have no other questions for you. I'll tend to the witness.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
You spent a significant amount of time at the VA doing disability ratings for disabled veterans.
Negative.
What did you do with the VA?
I didn't do disability ratings. I performed neuropsychological evaluations.
And what was the purpose of those neuropsychological evaluations, sir?
To make a determination if a neuropsychological impairment was present or not, and if there was, what's the nature of it, what could be contributing to it, and to help physicians treatment plan for how best to improve the lives of our veterans.
Sure, and when you're dealing with veterans, you're probably dealing with a lot of physical trauma that can affect the brain function, correct?
It just depends. Each veteran is different, but in some cases, yes. In many cases, no.
And in this case, you reviewed the indictment of the case?
I reviewed the charging document, yes.
You reviewed the probable cause affidavit?
Yes.
You reviewed the trial testimony of Mr. Victorino?
Of Solace and Hunter, and I have a document called Victorino testimony, but that actually was not his testimony.
You defined the Graham testimony as crucial testimony from Brandon Graham. You reviewed that?
The interview and his testimony, yes, I found that to be important, yes.
Okay. None of those are medical reports, right?
That's correct.
That's the state's evidence that they put forward in the trial, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but on direct examination, you didn't talk about reviewing any of the trauma records of Mr. Victorino, correct?
The trauma records, are you talking to medical records?
Yeah, I'm talking about the records that are in evidence about him being hospitalized at age 8 for a suicide attempt. Did you review those records? You reviewed?
Sorry.
No, okay, go ahead.
Yes, I did. I do have those. I did look at those.
You reviewed them?
Yes.
When did you review those, sir?
Prior to today, a couple days ago.
You didn't review them back in 2023 prior to the interview that you conducted with Mr. Hunter?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
We discussed his personal experience based on his report, but I didn't discuss with him those records, no.
So the scope of you initially being retained was to review the state's evidence as it pertains to neuropsychological deficits, correct?
Well, there was a whole host of deposition and testimony as well, additional information that we've not discussed. The raw data was the primary focus from Dr. Eisenstein, and that's where I spent the majority of my time.
And I'm talking about the purpose was to determine whether Mr. Victorino had neuropsychological deficits, correct? That was what you were looking at. That's your area of expertise.
Yes, at that point.
And in order to make that determination, you didn't look at any of the trauma records in 2023 before you did the interview of Mr. Victorino, correct?
That's correct. Not before I did the interview.
You would agree that the majority of the information that you received in doing your neuropsychological evaluation was the state's evidence in the case that they are trying to prosecute?
Well, Dr. Eisenstein, I believe, directly sent me his raw psychological test data. That has to come doctor to doctor, and so that would have come directly from him.
Let me ask it this way. In terms of number of pages, were there more pages of the state's evidence or there were more pages of Dr. Eisenstein's testing?
Well, overall, it would be there are more pages of the state's evidence, but what was crucial in terms of my neuropsychological opinion was focusing on Dr. Eisenstein's work.
And who's Dr. Eisenstein? Did the jury hear from him?
Not that I believe. He is a board-certified neuropsychologist that was hired by the defense.
And you didn't conduct any independent testing of Mr. Victorino, correct?
That's correct.
You relied on what Mr. Eisenstein or Dr. Eisenstein did?
Yes, over the course of 4 years.
And those 4 years were how many years removed from the events that transpired in 2004?
Well, he started his testing in 2019, so that would have been 15 years.
Is it possible that a person's mental state could be different over 19 years?
Absolutely, yes.
Drugs would have an influence on that?
Well, it could, depending upon how you're using that term. If you're referring to acute intoxication at one point in the past or chronic drug use over the course of 15 years, what are the potential implications on neuropsych testing in 2019? I mean, it kind of depends is my answer to that.
Sure. The abstention from drugs for 19 years could have an impact on a person's psychological profile 19 years after the fact.
It's possible.
Being 20 or 30 years removed from childhood trauma could have an influence on a person's psychological makeup.
Well, sure. It could, yes.
And one of the things that Dr. Eisenstein did was an IQ test.
Yes.
And you watched all the defense's evidence yesterday, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you familiar with Mr. Victorino setting forth any evidence to the jury that claimed that he had a low IQ?
No.
Okay. You did... One test to deal with impulse control. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Sure. That was called the Stroop test, a measure of inhibitory control.
And did you hear anything that Mr. Victorino presented yesterday where we administered that test to Mr. Victorino and had a different result?
I didn't hear anything at all about the defense presenting any evidence about how intact that test score was.
And in your direct examination, I didn't hear you mention anything about Dr. Buffington's testimony. Am I correct about that?
That's correct.
Okay. Because Dr. Buffington has a specialization that's outside of your scope of expertise. Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely.
He's a pharmacologist and a toxicologist?
Correct.
Okay. So you are unable to inform this jury at all in rebuttal about how the administration of certain psychotropic medications would have influenced his development over the course of 30 or 40 years of his life, do you?
Well, if I remember correctly, there were a lot of it could haves, it could have. But I would certainly defer to Dr. Buffington as it pertains to pharmacological issues in this case.
And are you familiar with, we are familiar with peer review publications, correct?
I am.
I mean, you've authored many peer-reviewed periodicals or publications, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And I looked at some of those today, and I think there's an impressive list of most of your publications concerned with the relationship between traumatic brain injury and a person's cognitive function. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes, sir.
Okay. So you're not familiar with any articles about the administration of imipramine in the treatment of minimal brain dysfunction in children?
Not my primary area of focus, no.
Are you familiar with any scholarly articles on neurotoxicity of sedative and analgesia drugs in young infants with congenital heart disease?
Not my area of expertise.
Are you familiar with any FDA regulations concerning the administration of tofranil on children?
Not my area of expertise.
What about the administration of chloral hydrate?
Negative.
Can you talk about how, if at all, that would affect a young person's brain development?
Could only say that there's no indication of any neuropsychological dysfunction as an adult. Have no opinion as it pertains to brain development in that case.
Sure. And you would agree with me that the basis of your neurocognitive testimony is coming from Dr. Eisenstein's testing that he did, correct?
That plus my personal interview with Mr. Victorino with regard to the preservation of his recall immediately before, during, and after the events of August 5th.
Sure, I want to get to that in a second, but you would agree that you're very familiar with post-traumatic stress disorder?
I would agree.
Okay. If a person is sexually abused as a child, that can contribute to post-traumatic stress disorder.
It's possible, yes.
If a person is subjected to physical abuse as a child, that can also affect or influence a person developing PTSD.
It's possible, yes.
If a person is exposed to parental substance abuse or instability in the home, that can affect PTSD, correct?
Are you talking just witnessing this?
Sure.
Or I think to a lesser degree, but it certainly should be considered, yes.
Okay. If a person's sentenced to prison as a teenager, that could influence them developing PTSD.
I don't think that in and of itself, certainly that could be difficult for a person.
The combination of all those things together could contribute to a person having PTSD.
It's possible. It kind of depends on the details.
And you've met with many veterans that have dealt with PTSD, have you not?
Yes, sir, I have.
Can be very, and I agree that there's a continuum of this, but it can have a significant impact on a person's ability to navigate daily life.
Well, PTSD is a context-specific disorder. PTSD doesn't mean that you're running around out of control and highly anxious and depressed. It typically means that when you're exposed to the same or similar context, that's when the symptoms tend to manifest. So like, for instance, in a combat-related veteran, on the 4th of July with these spontaneous fireworks going off, that could be very difficult for them. But 2.5 months later, they're not under that same level of duress in fear of a spontaneous bang going off. So again, PTSD is a context-specific disorder.
So in other words, it can affect a person's ability to navigate daily life.
Well, I guess in that case, if the combat veteran wanted to hang out around shooting ranges and fireworks parks, then perhaps that would be difficult for them, but they usually would tend to avoid those sorts of contexts.
Major depressive disorder can have an impact on a person's life?
Well, it has to have a clinically significant impairment in their life to even reach the level of a diagnosis.
And when we're talking about PTSD, that can cause a person to have an extreme mental or emotional disturbance. Do you agree with that?
It's possible.
And in those situations, there is no brain damage to the person suffering from PTSD. Do you agree with that?
I think there's high levels of stress, but no permanent brain damage. That's correct.
And in terms of the application of all these fancy tests that you talked about, the PTSD is not going to get picked up on those tests, right?
Well, if the PTSD was acute and it would result in difficulty with attention, concentration, and focus, if a person's in the throes of an acute PTSD-like crisis, it certainly would.
You're going to do fine on the tests.
Well, no, not if they're acutely stressed out and anxious. They probably would have a hard time focusing and sustaining their attention. But the testing that Dr. Eisenstein did was not PTSD testing. It was cognitive testing.
So just so we're on the same page here, your testimony here today is that if you suffer from PTSD, you're not going to do fine on the tests. That's your testimony.
If you're having an acute stress episode, whether it's PTSD or there's a snake in your pants, you're not going to do well on cognitive testing because you're going to be very upset. You're going to have a hard time focusing and sustaining your attention, okay? However, a person can have sustained traumatic events in their past, and it certainly does not imply that they're going to have cognitive impairments on neuropsych testing.
I just want to be clear. You can have PTSD and you're going to do well on neurological tests. True or false?
You certainly can, yes. But if you have a chronic diagnosis, you can do well. If you're acutely stressed, you're going to perform poorly until that stress subsides.
So you don't have any expertise to tell the jury how a person being subjected to sexual abuse at a young age would alter their life trajectory. You haven't been called to testify in that regard. Do you agree with that?
I agree. I think that's fair.
You're not being called to rebut anything that we've talked about concerning being affected by physical abuse in the home and how that would influence one's trajectory over the course of a lifetime.
As long as the implication is not that abuse in the home results in permanent brain damage and subsequent neuropsychological impairment, as long as that's not being stated, then I would agree with you.
And you would agree that during our presentation yesterday, Mr. Victorino didn't present to you any PET scans or any brain imaging that would suggest that he has a physical brain damage as a result of the trauma that he experienced as a young person.
I think that's fair as stated. There was a demonstrative aid, though, that was presented by, I believe, Dr. Buffington that indicated a neurotransmitter storm that was going to result in cognitive impairment, memory difficulties, problems with decision making.
Psychological trauma can impact brain function. Agree or disagree?
It's possible.
Okay. Long-term cocaine abuse can have that same effect.
It's possible.
The combination of long-term cocaine and alcohol abuse can have that effect.
It's possible.
Okay. And you haven't been called to rebut any of that testimony. We're in agreement about that, correct?
Well, I think that my rebuttal testimony speaks to the preservation of his neuropsychological functioning as of 2019 through 2023, regardless what the potential cause of brain difficulty is suggested to be.
And sir, I think you'd also agree with me that had there been the administration of these tests in 2001, 2002, 2003, or 2004, there's a chance that it could be different.
Well, if he was evaluated when he was high and drunk, then yes, he would have performed more poorly on the cognitive test. A good neuropsychologist, however, would not test somebody if they were intoxicated.
Talked about this interview, and you described it as a forensic interview, right?
I believe Mr. Urbanik described it as that.
You wouldn't describe it that way.
Well, it's for the purposes of forensic purposes, so I think it's fine to call it that. It isn't really a clinical interview because he's not my patient, but the primary purpose of it was to be used in the medical legal context.
And as we've talked about with these, the IQ tests or the impulse control, all of these tests, these scientific tests, they have a very specific methodology, correct?
They are objective with how they're administered and how they're scored, and typically with how they're interpreted.
And that's because in the scientific community, you want to be able to replicate and review the administration of these tests in order to assess the validity of the data, correct?
I think that's a good, yes, that's a good explanation.
No scientific implications at all when you're going and talking to Troy Victorino at the prison, right?
Well, it's a clinical interview. It's not a scientific procedure. No, I mean, there are certain domains that are covered, not unlike Dr. Campbell did an interview, an interview alone. I also did an interview.
You did an interview. Basically, the state retained you to go and get a confession out of Mr. Victorino.
Sustained.
But just so we're clear, though, when you were interviewing Mr. Victorino at the prison, you didn't administer your questions in a way that has any scientific confines to it, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by scientific. Can you be more specific?
I mean, was there a American Psychological Association battery of questions that you followed when you asked Troy Victorino what happened that night?
No, there isn't one available, and no, I did not use the thing that isn't available.
Okay. And when you interviewed him, he told you that he was sexually abused by a babysitter.
Well, at first he said he had an episode when he was 4 or 5 years old that he could not recall.
Okay. So your testimony is you don't remember what specifically Mr. Victorino told you about his sexual abuse.
Well, I do remember specifically what he told me, and I just told you what he told me about not being able to recall the first event.
Okay.
He did further go on about the second event and indicated that I believe that he witnessed sex acts and was being encouraged to commit a sex act on the babysitter, consistent with what has been testified to.
Okay. Consistent with the records that were in evidence.
Yes.
And you recall that he testified that he was repetitively beat by his father growing up?
Yes, sir.
Beat so bad at one point in time at around 14 or 15 that he lost consciousness.
Yes.
Told you that he tried to kill himself at age 9.
Yes.
Okay. Told you that he was hospitalized at a mental institution in New York.
Yes.
That he was tied down.
Yes.
That he was forced medication upon himself.
I believe so.
He told you that he would stick up for his siblings and basically take the brunt of the abuse so that they didn't have to get hurt by the dad, right?
He told me that, yes.
And all of this was like a 3-hour interview?
Approximately, yes,
It
sir.
was on video, right?
That's correct.
And during the time that he is talking to you about these adverse childhood experiences, he's crying, he's emotional?
Well, his affect or his emotional expression was low throughout its entirety. So he appeared to be mildly depressed on the day that I saw him. I don't recall specifically about tearfulness.
Okay. And whenever you were giving your version of events about what he said, you didn't have the video up on the screen to show the jury at the same time, right?
Correct.
Okay. The video would be the best evidence about this low, mild effect or whatever you're testifying to, right?
Sure. Let the jurors decide for themselves. Yeah.
But we don't have the video. The state hasn't presented the video, right?
Well, I think it was your video.
Did you have a copy of the video?
Yes.
You knew about the video, right?
I have the video, yes. And I believe you provided it to me, if I'm not mistaken.
But you can't recall specifically whether he was crying in the video?
I don't recall as it pertains to tearfulness. I reviewed the vast majority of the video yesterday. I didn't see any tearfulness, but I will concede that he appeared mildly depressed when I saw him. Yes.
And you described when reciting your recollection of Mr. Victorino's events that he described himself as a passive observer. Do you remember testifying that?
I don't think that he said that. It was like he was picked up by his friends and then given a bat. You know, these are indications to me that he was kind of along for the ride, is kind of the way it seemed to me.
And that's your impression, right?
I think, yes, that's the way I would paraphrase that,
And you would
yes.
agree with me that Troy Victorino, who's sitting in prison for 20 years, didn't say, "Sir, I was just a passive observer." He never used those words.
No, as I said, I'm paraphrasing, but his specific description, which is in the video that you provided, would probably be the best way of getting at the specific quote. But I was paraphrasing that he had his version was that he was kind of a passive participant initially in this.
And you, I think you even qualified a few times and said, I think he said this, right?
I'll defer to the video, sir.
Okay, right. And how many cases have you had since you interviewed Mr. Victorino? Have you interviewed a lot of people since then?
Since 2023, sure.
Do you remember that he said more than just he was going to get his things? That he was actually looking to go get drugs because he thought drugs were in the house?
I believe that was another part of it, yes.
And you talked about this concept of what you described as dissociative amnesia.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's your opinion based upon what testing did you perform in the interview to diagnose him as having dissociative amnesia?
I think you misunderstand my testimony. I said he did not, in my opinion, based on my education training experience, have indications of the presence of dissociative amnesia.
Okay. Now, a person might not have a great recollection of something that happened 20 years ago if they're totally sober when it happened, right?
I think that's fair, yes.
So if a person is under the influence of a, cocaine and alcohol bender, they might not have the best recollection of what happened 20 years ago.
You wouldn't think so, but as I described previously, I'd describe his recall based on what he told me as quite pristine.
And he admitted to committing 2 murders in the house, did he not?
He took responsibility insofar as I believe he said, I'm responsible for the death of Flacco and then Ms. Bellinger. He did not indicate to me that he recalled specifically striking Ms. Bellinger with a bat.
But you'd have to go back to the video that's not in evidence to see exactly what he said, right?
Right, but I've reviewed my notes and I've looked closely at that, and that's my best recollection.
Do you have a verbatim transcription of exactly what he said that you could tell the jury?
I don't have a transcript that would be verbatim, no.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Go read, right, Judge?
All right. May he be excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
We're going to take a 15-minute break. Subject to your other objections on the instructions, are the instructions in the verdict forms acceptable?
Yes, we're good.
All right, thank you. All right, and let's see if there's anything else. So I guess what I'm looking to do at this point, if there was anything else that needed to be stated on the record, I was going to bring the jury back in like around 11:15, 11:20, have them break for an early lunch so that we could get back here at 12:30 to begin closings. And I don't know if y'all have a better sense of what length your closings are going to be, but I figured that should give us a good, with a few breaks in between for the jury, we'll be able to finish the closings, and then I'll give the instructions first thing tomorrow morning. All right. And I will let the jurors know that time frame so they kind of understand what we're going to be doing. I'm going to let them know that we're going to get this to them first thing tomorrow morning. But I will advise them, as I do in any of these cases, that to bring in case, because once we we have it to the jury, they're sequestered, and that just, to be on the safe side, they should bring overnight, with them in case it's needed.
And you're doing instructions in the morning too, right?
First thing tomorrow morning, you got it. All right, we'll enjoy our break. Oh, is there anything else we needed to do?
Did you want me to renew everything now, or we get back from the break?
Actually, we could do it now if you want to, Ms. Sanders.
We started closing, so obviously, Your Honor, we've had multiple pretrial motions, we've reviewed those throughout pretty much, I think, every significant portion of these proceedings.
You have.
It's always been our position that jeopardy attached in 2023 to Mr. Victorino's case, therefore he should not be subjected to this new penalty phase. It is also our position that the change in the law should not apply to Mr. Victorino, and that it should be unanimity as it was in place at the time that you had this case set back for first relief. We have continuously made constitutional objections. We renew all of those at this time. We would also renew all objections concerning severance. It was mentioned yesterday that one of Jerone Hunter's specific mitigating factors is related to Troy Victorino and the substantial dominance of Troy Victorino over him and his influence over him in this offense. I suspect that there would be significant argument in closing that is similar to that. We should not be tried together. They should not be able to act as another arm of the state in order to provide more non-statutory.
So, Ms. Sammons, you've made all of those arguments before, so are you renewing those arguments?
Yes, Your Honor, this is just
Thank
my
you.
last opportunity to do this, and I feel like it's important for me to actually say the words again. So I apologize if I'm bothering everyone, but I was pretty much finished.
You're not bothering anybody, but you've very eloquently made all of those arguments before, and I'm not opposed to you saying that you're renewing those arguments. But if you want to put them on the record again, you certainly may.
Your Honor, I was finished. That was
Okay.
my last argument was based upon the severance. I think that we should be tried separately. At the very minimum, have separate juries. These juries are going to commingle our facts, commingle our aggravators, commingle all of our arguments. That is why this has been something that's been absolutely litigated from the beginning since this case came back. So that was all I had to say. Now I'll sit down now.
Mr. Wood?
Judge, I renew for similar and yet different reasons about the double jeopardy and collateral estoppel issues, the severance issue. Our issue on severance is that Mr. Victorino has two unrelated to Mr. Hunter aggravating factors. We're concerned about the jury taking that into consideration. So we do have disparate arguments. We do renew all constitutional motions that have been previously raised.
State.
We'll rely on our prior arguments here.
All right, thank you. All right, the court relies on its prior rulings on all issues and denies the motions and the objections by both defense teams, by Mr. Victorino's team and Mr. Hunter's team. We are in recess. Everyone, please be seated. Mr. Urbanek, sir?
Just the state of Florida with rest in regard to rebuttal, Mr. Troy Victorino.
All right, thank you. So we're going to do an early lunch today, but I want to talk to you a little bit about what we're going to do. I'm going to have y'all be back by 12:30, and then we're going to start closing arguments. So we're almost there. But I want to give the attorneys as much time as they need for their closings. So we're not staying late tonight. Now, we may run over a little bit for closing arguments, but you're not going to deliberate tonight. Okay? I want you to know you're going to get to go home tonight. But what I want you to, we're going to come back first thing tomorrow morning. I'm going to read instructions to you, and then you'll go back to deliberate. But you'll have the entire day and as long as you need. On the safe side, I want you to bring an overnight bag and leave it in your car. You may not need it, but I want you to have it to be on the safe side, but you're going to have all day long tomorrow for deliberations. To take as long or as whatever time you need, you've got. Does that make sense, everybody? Okay. And like I said, you'll want to just leave your stuff in the car because you'll never it'll take you forever to get through security with your bags. I want you to enjoy your lunch, and please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves with anyone else. No independent research. We'll see you back here at 12:30. Thank you. All right, we are in recess. Thank you. Everyone, please be seated. guys? We got them all? All right, let's bring them in.
Takes a minute for all this stuff to fire up.
Yeah.
All right, everyone please be seated. Both the state and the defense have now rested their cases. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case, and each side will have equal time. Ms. Dragonis?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Back in 2004, these defendants, along with two other men, in the middle of the night, armed with baseball bats, carried out their plan and went to Telford Lane and brutally murdered 6 human beings. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 6 human beings. They were people. They were alive, and they are dead now because of these defendants, along with Cannon and Salas. They chose to kill them. It was their decision ahead of time, and then they carried out that decision. And what you'll see, ladies and gentlemen, is that the aggravating factors clearly outweigh all of the mitigating circumstances. Why? Why did they do it? Because they wanted to. And why else? Prevent them from being witnesses. Prevent them from perhaps coming into a courtroom and identifying them and telling a jury what they did in that home on Telford Lane. What was their mindset? It was cold, calculated, and premeditated. How? What was the manner in which they carried out that cold, calculated, and premeditated murder? It was heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Their guilt is not in question. We'll never know exactly what each of them did inside that house. Because even today, even to this day, they're still not telling you the truth about their roles in the murders. The question for you today is to decide what is the appropriate sentence for their conduct, for their actions, for their cold-blooded, premeditated murders for the victims. Is it going to be life without the possibility of parole, or is it going to be the death penalty? I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the only true verdict in this case should be a verdict for the death penalty. Justice demands it. I do not pretend, nor will you hear me argue, that this is going to be an easy decision for you. I know it's not. But I submit to you, no matter how difficult it might be, and you all promised during jury selection that you promised that you would be able to fairly consider death as a penalty in this case. If you felt it was the right thing to do, you all promised that. So let's talk a bit about the process. The defendant's legal culpability for first-degree premeditated murder has already been determined. Everybody can see it somewhere? You must decide the appropriate sentence for each murderer and for each victim. You're going to do that. The judge is going to instruct you that there are 4 questions that you're going to have. Has the state proven at least one aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt? Here, you've heard the state present evidence for 6 for Victorino and 5 for Hunter, and we'll talk about those, but we only have to prove to you one of them for each defendant in order for them to be eligible for the death penalty. The next question is, are the aggravating factor or factors sufficient for the death penalty? Third question, do those aggravating factor or factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances found to exist? And 4, based on those considerations, should the death penalty be imposed? Now, the court is going to tell you, the judge is going to tell you, I believe tomorrow morning, the process of weighing aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances is not a mechanical or a mathematical process. And you heard Mr. Rabenik talk to you about this and the other attorneys during jury selection. In other words, you should not merely total the number of aggravating factors and compare that number to the total number of mitigating circumstances. That makes sense, right? I believe that Hunter's team is going to present over 50 things that they want you to consider as mitigation. And Victorino's team is going to be presenting over 30. So, and the state, of course, is presenting 6 aggravators for Victorino and 5 for Hunter. So you're going to have to decide how, imagine a scale, you're going to have to decide how much weight are you going to give an aggravator and a mitigator. You may find that one aggravator outweighs all of the mitigators. You may find that one of the aggravators isn't quite as compelling. So that's going to be up to you to weigh each of those aggravators along with the mitigators. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, the court must sentence the defendant to life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. This recommendation is not binding on the court. However, the judge is required to assign and give great weight and deference to your recommendation. It is your decision. Now, each defendant is guilty of murdering all 6 victims. However, you are deciding the sentence for 4 victims for each defendant. And I'm going to put this up here, and then I'm going to show you on the diagram to kind of help explain this a little bit. And we'll talk about this more at length, but I just want you to understand, remember, Erin Belanger and Francisco A. Roman, they're staying in bedroom 3. Michelle Nathan, and they're pictured here. Michelle Nathan and this gentleman here, Anthony Vega, they are staying in bedroom 1. This is Roberto Gonzalez. He was in the living room with Jonathan Gleason right here. Those 2 were actually in the living room when Troy Victorino busted and wrote that deadbolt right out. Actually, the deadbolt just right off the frame, right? But it stayed engaged. So when they come in there and they each have their assigned roles, we have Erin and Francisco or Flaco in here, Michelle and Anthony Vega here, Gonzalez here, and Gleason here, okay? So what you're deciding you are deciding to sentence life or death for Aaron Belanger, over here, and Francisco Roman. And for the two gentlemen who were here in the living room when they all entered. Roberto Gonzalez and Jonathan Gleason. Over here in bedroom 1 was Michelle Nathan and her boyfriend, Anthony Vega. So Michelle and Anthony, they're here. For Hunter, you're deciding the sentence for the two who were here, Michelle and her boyfriend, Anthony, and for Jonathan and Roberto who were here in the living room. That makes sense? So they're both, you're deciding the sentence for both of them in the living room, and then for Victorino, you're deciding the sentence for these two here, and for Hunter, you're deciding the sentence for these two here. So they're found guilty of all 6 murders, but you're only deciding the sentence for 4 for one and 4 for the other. So now we're going to talk about the aggravating factors. There, as I told you, 6 for Victorino, 5 for Hunter. And there's one, though, that only applies to, because there are 6, of course, so only one of them is going to apply only to Troy Victorino. And that first aggravator is that Victorino was previously convicted of a felony and was under sentence of probation at the time he committed the first-degree murder in this case. So the legislature has decided that it increases the gravity of your murder if you were on probation at the time you committed your first-degree premeditated murder, okay, or felony murder. So the legislature has decided that that's what this aggravator is, and we did have some evidence about it. If you recall, that was Brenda Mintel from probation. She came in and testified that Victorino was on felony probation, so on probation for felony, October 5th and October 6th, 2004, the night of these murders. You also heard the defense experts testify that Victorino was on probation. Remember, they said he was on probation, he got arrested for a fight, he goes into jail, he bonds out, and then what does he do? He then, of course, commits these 6 murders. So it increases the gravity that he's on probation, he's being watched, he's on probation, and he's committing murder. And the state submits to you that you should give that aggravator great weight. Of course, there was no evidence, and Hunter was not on probation at the time of these murders, so this one applies only to Victorino. Now we're going to talk about the first aggravating factor that applies to both of them. Both defendants were previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use of violence to another person. You heard the stipulation related to this, okay? The court told you that Victorino and Hunter were both convicted of 6 counts of first-degree premeditated murder. Anthony Vega, Michelle Nathan, Roberto Gonzalez, Francisco A. Roman, and Aaron Belanger. So you see here, now I'm telling you, you can consider all 6 murders, even though you're only sentencing each defendant for 4. But this is an aggravator, so you look at this a little different. So the fact that Victorino has been convicted of all 6 murders is an aggravator. And why is it an aggravator? Because for each victim, so when you're deciding what to sentence, life or death for the murder of Aaron Belanger, you can consider, the law allows you to consider the fact that at the same time, he murdered 5 other people. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 other people. So ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that is a heavy, heavy aggravator, right? Because you keep stacking each, 1 would be enough, right? But then you have 2, 3, 4, 5. So this applies to both defendants because as you're considering for the victims that Hunter is here for a sentence for, you still consider for each of them the 5 other murders. And that makes sense, right? It's worse to kill 6 people than it is to kill 1 person. So I submit to you that you give this aggravator great weight. Now, in addition, you heard evidence that Victorino had an additional prior conviction of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to a person. Remember, that was about Mr. Guzman testified about the beating that he witnessed Troy Victorino give to Michael Stern. So you heard the stipulation that Victorino was convicted of aggravated battery, which is a felony, on August 28, 1997. In addition, we didn't just have that stipulation. you heard from Mr. Guzman, and he told you Victorino savagely beat Michael Stern in his head with a walking stick or cane. Remember, he says Victorino wanted to go over there. We learned from Victorino's experts, though, that he was actually collecting a debt for Alfonso, remember? So Victorino goes over there. Michael Guzman says he sees the door open. He sees Stern come out. They shake hands. They go to the street. And what does he see? He sees Michael Stern turn. And what does Victorino do? Punch him in the head. And then when Stern goes down, he takes his walking stick and he repeatedly beats him with it. So much so, right, that a piece flies off of the walking stick. Remember, Mr. Guzman said it was just breaking, and a piece of it hits Mr. Guzman's car, and he remembered the guttural vocalizations that Mr. Stern was making. And he was unmoving and defenseless, and he repeatedly hit him. And then what does Victorino do? He goes down there and he takes his keys and he takes Mr. Stern's car. And Mr. Guzman told you that when he saw Mr. Stern months later, his face looked different. It looked as if he'd had some sort of plastic surgery. His facial symmetry was off. So when you're considering this, now this isn't an additional aggravator, this is still the same aggravator. Is this, remember that it was contemporaneous or prior, but this adds, when you're thinking of that scale for this aggravator, this adds weight because not only did he kill 6 people, but he has a prior violent felony in his history. He beat that man, that defenseless man on the ground, right? So that is more great weight for Victorino. The next aggravator that applies to both defendants, that the first-degree murder was committed while the defendants were engaged in burglary. Mr. Urbanek talked to you all about this. This was the felony murder. So the fact that you are committing another crime, and it can be first-degree premeditated, and it can be first-degree felony murder, and that's, of course, what the jury found. The judge has already told you that that's what they're here for, right? So they were engaged in a burglary. You heard the stipulation. Both of them were convicted of armed burglary of a dwelling with a weapon. So that is not in dispute. But in addition to that, you did hear evidence that proved this aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Both defendants entered Telford Lane with the intent to commit a crime. That's a burglary. You'll hear the judge instruct you on that. So we've proven this aggravator beyond a reasonable doubt. And I submit to you that you should give this aggravator also great weight. The next aggravating factor for you to consider that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt is that the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. The judge is going to read you some definitions of what that means. So cold, because it's cold, calculated, and premeditated, cold means the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. Calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. It requires a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection. If you remember during jury selection, Mr. Urbanek went over premeditation with you. He told you that there's no fixed period of time. It can happen very quickly. But for this aggravator, it requires more than what you need for just first-degree murder. It needs cold, calculated, and a heightened level of premeditation and a substantial period of reflection. And we'll talk about it as we go over this, but if you remember, it was the day of the murder, hours before the murder, where they've laid out this plan, and the plan is to go in there and to kill them all. So that's a substantial period of time. That is cool, calm reflection for them to figure out what they're doing and then to carry it out. A pretense of moral or legal justification is any claim of justification or excuse, though insufficient to reduce the degree of murder, nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold, calculated, or premeditated nature of the murder. So here, you've heard some evidence that Victorino wanted to go get some cocaine. That's recent, but you've heard that, right? And then you heard back, you've heard from Salas and Hunter and Graham. He wanted to get his stuff back. They wanted to get stuff back. So obviously, you can't, to get your stuff back, even if it was stolen, you can't go and murder people to get your stuff back. There's no legal, there's no moral justification for what they did. So that's what this is talking about here. You had some evidence for this one as well. You heard live testimony from Kimberly Rise, Deputy John McDonald, and Brandon Graham. You heard the prior trial testimony from Michael Salas and Jerone Hunter. You heard statements of Hunter and Victorino from the experts. So let's go over some of that evidence. Remember, the murders occur late August 5th, August 6th, going into August 6th. And so we're going to start on July 30th, 2004. You heard from Deputy John McDonald. Remember, he told you he responded to the Providence Boulevard home in Deltona due to a call for suspicious activity at the home. This is the home the evidence showed was where Victorino and Hunter were squatting there. They're alleging they had the permission of Joshua Spencer. You heard from Deputy McDonald. He spoke with Moretti, the owner, and she's like, no one's supposed to be there. And he spoke with Erin Belanger. No one was supposed to be there. So there, he responds there due to a call for suspicious activity, and he finds Brandon Sheets and Amanda Francis, who you heard from one of Victorino's experts was his ex-girlfriend. So they find them there, and those two people get arrested, and then now that same night, but going over into spilling into the next day. So now we're into Saturday at 12:29 a.m. So July 31st. McDonald again responds somewhere related to this case. He responds to Sky Street, and he met with Victorino. Remember, Victorino was reporting his stuff missing from a home that McDonald already knew because he'd been there earlier, that nobody was allowed to stay there. And he told you that Victorino became agitated, angry, and upset. Victorino said, I'll take care of it myself, and don't worry. So that's showing he's developing this state of mind. That's his state of mind that's developing there. Then, that same night, but later, because of course that was at midnight, so now the whole day has passed, right? So Kimberly told you, she testified that she was dating Jonathan Gleason. Remember, he was the 17-year-old found on the recliner. So she was dating him, and she had met all the other victims, Erin, Francisco, Michelle, Anthony, and Roberto at Burger King at the Telford home. Victorino came over there, knocked on the door. Remember, Kimberly opens the door. She sees Victorino, and Victorino wants to talk to Erin. She gets Erin. Erin goes out into the garage, remember? And then Kimberly stayed out in the garage, and so they could keep an eye on what was going on. And she was out there with her boyfriend, Jonathan Gleason, and Michelle Nathan. And then Gonzalez was also home, but inside the house. And she hears this discussion. They start to, Victorino gets angry, and at some point says he'd do anything to get his stuff back. So again, it's showing you what's going on in Troy Victorino's mind. It's building. Then Sunday, August 1st, 2004, next you hear from Brandon Graham. He told you that he knew Salas and Cannon and met Victorino and Hunter on this day. So he knew Salas and Cannon ahead of time, but on this day, on August 1st, that Sunday, he meets Victorino and Hunter. They all go to the Telford house. Remember, Victorino says he wanted them to get their stuff back and fight some kids. This is the incident where the girls go inside and they find the CD that belongs to Victorino, and they bring it out and they show Hunter. And the girls had knives. Hunter, Salas, and Cannon had bats. Hunter wanted to fight, and Victorino was upset because his stuff was stolen, and now he knows it's in Telford with his CD, right? And Brandon did not recognize anyone from Telford, but he did hear the name Flacco. Someone say the name Flacco, which of course is Francisco's nickname. And Brandon Graham's testimony is largely corroborated by Salas and Hunter. I realize we're going to come to a point where it's not, right, because the others don't want to admit that they were talking about killing people in the Telford home, but Brandon Graham's testimony is largely corroborated by Salas and Hunter when it comes up to those leading events. So now we fast forward to Wednesday the 4th, the day before the murders. This is the day of the Manny Rodriguez Park where these groups are going to fight. And so Hunter, Victorino, Salas, Cannon, and Brandon, they show up there at the park. There's supposed to be a fight. Hunter, Salas, and Brandon had bats. Cannon had a gun. Nobody shows up to fight them, remember, so they leave the park. Then they're going to be driving to Fort Smith Boulevard, and they're going to take Hunter and Victorino back to Fort Smith because that's now where they're staying, because they can't stay at Providence anymore, right? And then as they're getting out, somebody drives by in a car, and it may have Abby G in it. So then Hunter and Victorino get back in the Expedition, and they chase that car, and then Victorino takes the gun, and Victorino shoots at the car. So that's what's occurring here. Brandon told you about that. That again is largely corroborated by Salas and Hunter. So now we get to Thursday, August 5th. This is the plan. Brandon Graham told you it was sometime between 11:30 a.m. and 1 p.m. Graham, Salas, and Cannon, Graham, Salas, and Cannon, they go over to the Fort Smith house to talk to Victorino and Hunter. They go over there, remember? And then they start having this conversation. And Victorino starts talking about watching this movie Wonderland, how a group ran into a house at night and beat another group with lead pipes while they were asleep. Remember that? So Brandon Graham is describing, Victorino is talking about that movie, and he tells them if he had a group to do that, that he would do that to the people in the house on Telford. And then he goes around and he wants to get everybody to commit to it. So he starts with Salas. Salas responds, yeah, I'm down for it. And you heard Salas admit that too. Then Cannon says, I'm ready to kill me a bitch. Then Victorino said to Hunter, I know you're ready for it because they stole your stuff too. And he nodded yes. That too was corroborated by the others. And then he asks Graham, and Graham tells you he, at first, he's not answering, and then he was doing something with the laundry, and then Victorino asks him again, and he says, yeah. And he's asked on cross and probably direct, why did you do that? I was in fear for my life. I wasn't really ever planning to do it, but I just was going along with it. I was just saying yes, even though I knew I was never going to participate, right? So then he says that Victorino describes the inside of the home. Who sleeps where? He's the one who has this information he's conveying. He said that we'll need a change of clothes because it's going to get bloody. Hunter offered Graham a change of his clothes because Graham didn't have a change of clothes. Victorino said that he wanted to get Flacco, wanted to kill Flacco, that they would kill everybody in the house. He said, you have to beat the bitches because all they do is talk. Why is that important? It's showing their state of mind. There's that cold, calculated, and premeditation for this aggravator. There was a plan early in the day to go over to that house and beat them, get his stuff, and beat them to death. Anybody in that house. You heard Graham also say Hunter suggests masks, and Victorino said no, because we're not going to leave any evidence. We're not going to leave any witnesses. Then remember, they leave the house. They search for bullets. They had bats. He saw bats in the expedition. He told you some were taped up in black and some had handles taped. And then Graham, remember, he gets away from the murderers. He ignores their calls. They're calling him at 9 p.m. because when he's dropped off at his friend's house, Victorino's telling him, we'll be back to pick you up at 9 p.m. And you heard him say that there were no deals. He didn't get any deal. He was not charged with anything, but he did not get any deals for cooperating and testifying. So, and you heard him say that he did talk to the police. And again, Graham is corroborated in large part by Salas and Hunter's trial testimony. What Salas and Hunter didn't want to admit is that they knew that there was going to be people killed in the house. So they corroborated most everything else. So what additional evidence was presented of cold, calculated, and premeditation? Remember when they get to the house, Victorino says, park around the corner. So Cannon parks around the corner. So that's showing their intent, what they're doing. They're parking around the corner. They're going there at nighttime. They're not going there in the day to try to get drugs or get his property back, right? They're going there when they know there's going to be the least amount of activity, catching people off guard, people asleep. And when they get there, they're armed with bats. That tends to show their intent, right? Cold, calculated, and premeditation. Armed with weapons, they have bats. When they get there, and Victorino goes around the house, remember he walks around the perimeter of the house, and he comes back and he says, hey, I can see there are two in the living room, and there's a television on. So they've got this plan in place. Then the manner in which the murders were carried out. Remember what's going on. He's telling them, okay, we're going to go in, I'm going to go. Remember, he wanted to get Flacco. He's the one who had the problems with Erin and his stuff and her grandmother. He's going into that bedroom. He's telling the others where to go, right? To go around the house so they can carry out this plan to kill anyone that's in the house. So each of them have their assigned roles so they can murder a house full of people going from room to room. And the way that they're carrying it out, they've got bats and they're bashing people in their skulls. That shows their intent of what they're doing. They're intending to kill these people in a cold, calculated, and premeditated way. They're making sure each victim was dead, repeatedly bashing their skulls and then stabbing them to make sure that they're dead. I submit to you that you should give this aggravator great weight. The fourth aggravator that applies to both defendants, the first-degree murder was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. A lot of the evidence that we just discussed is relevant here, but let me go over the important parts. So when Hunter suggests masks, Victorino responds, no, because we're not going to leave any evidence, no witnesses. That's showing their intent. They're not going to leave any witnesses. They're not going to leave any evidence. They're going to make sure that nobody can talk and tell the police what happened. Victorino said, we've got to beat the bitches bad. They talk. And kill them all. It's showing the intent to make sure that they don't leave any witnesses. Cannon saying, I always wanted to kill me a bitch. And then remember what Salas said right before. He said that we weren't talking about killing at the house at Fort Smith when they were coming up with the plan. But right before we're going in, Victorino's going to, we're all going to go in first, and then he's going to kick the door, and then they're all going to go in first. They all have a bat, and he's telling them then, we're not going to leave anybody surviving. So that is showing, even then, right before they go in, they all knew exactly what was going to happen. And it's showing that they're not going to leave any survivors. Why? So that there can be no evidence, no witnesses to talk about what happens in that house. I submit to you that you should give this aggravator great weight. Now, you heard some additional evidence, but I want to be clear that this evidence is only, still the same aggravator, but this evidence is related only to Victorino. You know, why kill the dog? Hunter said, saw that dog, you killed the dog. Troy laughed and said, I had to. He said the dog could be used in the lineup. The dog could be afraid of him, or it could show fear. So this tends to show Victorino's state of mind. He's making sure that he even kills the dog because he doesn't want the dog to be able to identify him. Now, Salas testified to this, but it was also corroborated by the scene, right? Remember, Erin is found deceased right with her dog next to her. And Victorino admitted to his experts, he's the one who went in there and killed Erin and Francisco. And he admitted to his experts that he was asked about the dog by Hunter, but he didn't see the dog. And if he had, he would have taken that dog home. So I submit to you that that too is additional evidence that you should give great weight to that aggravator for Troy Victorino. The fifth aggravating factor that applies to both defendants is this would be the last one. The first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Heinous, I expect the judge will tell you, means extremely wicked or shockingly evil, just like these murders, right? Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile, just like these murders. And cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. And that's exactly what happened here. The judge will tell you that the kind of crime intended to be included as especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel is one accompanied by additional acts that show that the crime was conscienceless, pitiless, and was unnecessarily torturous. Okay, so remember, we only have to prove one of these, heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Unlike with the premeditation, we had to show cold, calculated, and premeditated. Here we only have to show one of them. Of course, we've shown you all three of them. And we've shown you that it was conscienceless, pitiless, and unnecessarily torturous. So what evidence do we have of that? Let's start. We're going to go by victim here, and I'm going to show you on the diagram so that we're sure what we're talking about and where they were. So remember, Michelle, she's here in the bedroom with Anthony Vega when the attack begins. So she's in here. And to remind you of some of the evidence, she shared her bedroom with Anthony. In her bedroom when the attack began, she was found by Hunter. Remember the testimony, Hunter knew her from high school. So he finds her hiding in the closet. Remember, Salas testified it well, you heard the testimony, that I found another one cuss. So remember, Salas goes back to the car, now Hunter comes to the car, and Hunter says, I found another one cuss, found a girl in the closet. I was looking for stuff in the closet and saw the cover move and saw her. Yeah, bitch, I see you. Now, imagine how shockingly evil is that Michelle Nathan would have heard what's going on in the house, people being beaten. She's now hiding in the closet. Remember, Anthony Vega is dragged out here, so she's in the closet. Anthony Vega is being beaten. She's hiding in the closet, wondering if she's going to survive, and then Hunter comes back around in the house and he finds her hiding in the closet. It's consciousless, it's pitiless what he did to her. And then he says, yeah, bitch, I see you. And Hunter said she begged for her life. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. She appreciated, she knew that she was going to die. She'd already heard other people dying, right? But she knew she was going to die. That is torturous. That is atrocious. That is cruel. That is shockingly vile. All those words, heinous, atrocious, and cruel. It was all of those things that she was experiencing. So she begs for her life. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Hunter smiles. Too late, bitch. Stabs her and hits her. And he told you Hunter was excited. He was happy. He was proud to be bragging about what he had done. Remember that Hunter's Nikes had a mixture of Vegas blood. Nathan and Gonzalez could not be excluded. Everyone else could. So let's talk a bit about that. You heard the testimony. Some of it came from Megan Clement, the mitochondrial DNA. And you heard from Emily Moran from FDLE. She was talking about the STR, the most common type of DNA. So she told you that she had profiles of all of the defendants and all of the victims. And so she compared it with, what did she say, like over 230 pieces of evidence. So when it came to these Nikes, Hunter's Nikes, there was a mixture of blood on them. Remember, I think it was on the tongue area. They smelled like they'd been laundered freshly. So she says it had blood on it that she was able to get from that stain. And Vega, so Michelle's boyfriend, right? So that ties Hunter, again, to this bedroom where Michelle was in the closet. That blood was found on his shoe, and it was a mixture. And so the FDLE was able to eliminate or exclude everyone else. So Victorino, all of the other victims, the only other two he couldn't was Nathan and Gonzalez. And I submit to you that's because on his Nike shoes, it was Vega's blood, Nathan's blood, and Gonzalez's blood on Hunter's shoes, on his Nike shoes. Gonzalez is one from the living room, and of course Michelle Nathan and Anthony Vega are the two in this bedroom. Also, you heard from Stacey Colton that there was blood found in the closet there, two areas of the closet where Michelle Nathan was found. And you also heard that her hair was found on a bat that was located there in the barricade. Now, talking a bit about this statement about that Salas testified about. He testified he never saw Michelle. You remember his trial testimony was read. He never saw Michelle in the house. He never went in that closet. Now he's changed it, right? Now what has he said to Dr. Harper? Now he says he's sad and he feels guilty because he told the others where she was in the house. So he's putting himself a little closer to what he did to Michelle, but he's still not even admitting what he did to her, right? If that were true, that was the truth, that he just told the others, why? Ask yourself, why wouldn't he admit that back in 2006? He would still just be saying the others did it. I saw her, I feel so bad, but I saw her, but I didn't do it. I knew her and I didn't do it. But he didn't do that, right? Back then he said, I never saw her, I never went in that closet. He did admit to hitting Gleason, and he did admit to hitting, I just want to be sure. I'll confirm it on the slides. I put it on each slide, but he confirms he hit, I think it was Vega, but we'll talk about that. So now he's saying he feels guilty because he told her where she was in the house. And when you're considering whether or not he is truly remorseful, remember this. He's not even admitting everything that he did to Michelle Nathan. He's keeping his distance from it. You know why? Is that someone who deserves mercy? Because the crime he committed showed no mercy. Why lie? Because he's the one who murdered her. So we're now going to talk a bit about her injuries. Remember, and I'm sorry to show you, but it's important because it's, remember the aggravator is heinous, atrocious, and cruel. So as I'm discussing the injuries, we've got to take a look. Remember, this is where she was found. And this is how she was found. You can see the bedroom is all messed up, and you'll have these back there. Dirt 10. Are you able to see that? I can move it closer. Sure. If you start not being able to see it, please let me know.
Okay, it's better.
Can you still see that over there? All right, so there she is. Remember where this is. Bedroom 1. Sorry. Bedroom 1 over there. She's found partially in and out of the closet. See right here. This is that closet. Here's the blood. Here's how she's found. They roll her over. Here she is. And then remember this blood here? Remember Stacy Colton told you this is a trail of blood that Vega's body made, which shows that he was murdered in the same bedroom with Michelle Nathan. She would have seen that. She would have appreciated that. And not only that, but her boyfriend would have known as he's fighting them off. Remember, Cannon goes in there first, and he would have known Michelle was hiding in the closet when he's fighting for his life. He's getting bashed. He's thinking, it's like, oh my gosh, the people in the house, people are being attacked. Oh my gosh, now I'm being attacked, right? Then it's, oh my gosh, I hope they don't find Michelle. And then at some point, he's dead, knowing that he's going to die, right? That's shockingly evil. That's torturous. As we talk about the injuries now, I'm going to show you the autopsy photos for context. This was Michelle. Remember Dr. Fulcher told you that she was alive for most of her injuries? Remember he couldn't tell you the order. Some of them, he was able to opine, I think, on cross. If they were post-mortem stab wounds, then obviously those came after. But when we're talking about the blunt force trauma, he's not able to tell you the order. And he was able to say all of them had defensive wounds, so that indicates, right, that they're fighting back, that they appreciate what's going on. That's the heinous, that's the atrocious, that's the cruel nature. You're fighting for your life. You're being struck with the back, here, here, here. Now, Dr. Fulcher said, if the first strike was one of those ones that bashed your skull in, and remember he said sometimes it would take multiple strikes, but if it was one that bashed the skull in, then obviously they would be unconscious a lot faster. But he said that's it. He repeatedly said on cross, if that's the first one, but he can't tell us the order. And of course the defensive injuries indicate that they were fighting for their lives. So she's alive for most of her injuries. And why is that important? That shows the heinous, atrocious, and cruel nature, the manner in which these murders were carried out. At least 6 to 7 blows to the back of her head. Remember, Dr. Fulcher was estimating, conservative about the amount of blows, because when you're hitting the same area over and over again, it's difficult for him to find the pattern. Displacement at the base of her skull, deep lacerations, contusions to her breast, laceration and contusion to her knee, tram track on her right arm and breast. Remember, tram was those bat marks, and you'll be able to see that they become obvious in some of the victims. And then stab wounds to her breast, left side, right hip, ear, and neck. And Dr. Fulcher testified dead or almost dead for all of those. And then, of course, the defensive wounds, contusions on her fingertips, her contusions and abrasives on her right hand and her arm, showing that she was fighting Hunter off. So remember, and I put it up there just to be clear, this is the aggravator for heinous, atrocious, and cruel for Hunter only. So this does not apply to Victorino, okay? So you're not determining Victorino's role. You're not sentencing him for Michelle's death. You're sentencing Hunter. So let's now talk about Roberto Gonzalez. Just for point of room, this is Lisa, Roberto is in the living room when they come in. And if you remember, the testimony was, Roberto Gonzalez, he runs. So Jonathan Gleason never makes it off the recliner, but Gonzalez runs. He runs, and this isn't him, this is Dave, I'm sorry. So this is where Gonzalez starts. Gonzalez runs into this room. And he never makes it out of this room until he's dead, and they just carry him here. They pull him here. So this is the bedroom. Let me show you that. This is that bedroom where you heard the testimony of Salas and Hunter, where they were talking about it was just so bloody. This is that area here, all this blood spatter. This is where they testified that Gonzalez was cowering in the corner. Remember, there was testimony that he was saying he doesn't live there. Remember, that was corroborated by Kimberly. He didn't live there. He was just staying the night. And this is the room that Jonathan was staying in. It's the one that had the air mattress. So he's in here cowering, telling them, I don't live here, I don't live here. And they just beat him. They just keep beating him. And remember, this is the one that Dr. Fulcher said the head injury was the worst on. He was just beaten to a pulp. And remember, Salas said Hunter beat Gonzalez. He came in there and was beating him. And Hunter said Victorino came in and beat him. And then this is just showing the broken lamp and some of the blood evidence. This is where he's ultimately found, Mr. Gonzalez, Roberto. He's found here. There's bedroom 2, bedroom 1. He's just left here. Remember that trail of blood is Vega. They were told, remember, Troy wanted them to carry the bodies out to the living room. So you see that process has started. So this is where Gonzalez was found. There's the mattress. So you can see there he is where he was found. And then as we go over the evidence of his injuries, let's keep in mind his autopsy, right? So his nickname is Tito. He was just spending the night. He was in the living room with Jonathan. He fought back against Salas. Salas told you that. He begged for his life. Salas told you he was begging for his life. Hunter came into the room, striking Roberto repeatedly. And there was a shoe. Remember the Nike shoes were found freshly laundered. Well, in the laundry basket, and they didn't have loose laces, in the laundry basket were some laces, right? Well, those laces had a DNA mixture. Roberto and Hunter couldn't be excluded. So FDLE excluded everyone else. Megan Clement excluded everyone else, but Roberto and Hunter couldn't be excluded. And then Hunter's Nikes, they had the mixture of the blood. We already talked about Vega, right? So Roberto, remember, he couldn't be excluded, and Michelle Nathan couldn't be excluded. So it's tying Hunter directly to those murders. And at the top, you see I put Victorino and Hunter. That's because you're deciding the sentence for both of these defendants. And his blood was found in a vat with Belanger and Roman. Remember, and so that's the boyfriend and girlfriend in bedroom 3, Erin and Francisco. I'm sorry if I confused you using first and last names. But she said that she took the DNA sample right where the indentations were. That's where she saw the blood. So that blood on the vat that had Erin's blood and Roman's blood, the boyfriend and girlfriend, the one that Victorino admits to going in, and he was the only one that went in there, right? We also can't exclude, we also find his blood, Gonzalez's blood, Roberto's blood on that, okay? So on the vat, I submit to you, was the vat used by Victorino. We had at least the blood of 3 victims in that stain. Erin, Francisco, and Tito, Roberto. And his blood was found on another vat, where he was the major contributor, also had indentations. So his blood was found on 2 vats, which further corroborates Salas. Salas admitted to hitting him. He was alive, like all the victims, alive for most of his injuries. Here, Dr. Fulcher told you at least 10 blows to the head, fractures of his facial bones, skull fractures so severe that the medical examiner did not need to use a saw
saw, there was a suture fracture right there. Remember, you saw that with you can see it here also. But the brain was so lacerated, it was reduced to a pool of debris. It was oozing out of his head. He had multiple lacerations to his face, his cheeks, the orbital, the forehead. Abrasions to his lower leg, feet, and chest. Tram tracks, he had at least 3 to his chest, which you can see here pretty clearly. Stab wounds to his abdomen, some in perimortem. Remember, he explained it's difficult. Dying is a process, it's not an event. So when you're in the process of dying, there was some perimortem to his abdomen, and then there were some stab wounds to his chest. Like all the victims, Dr. Fulcher told you blunt force trauma would be painful. Like all victims, the devastating blunt force injuries would likely be fatal, but he can't tell us the order. And Roberto had defensive wounds, contusions to his hands, his right wrist, his palm and thumb, elbow abrasion, and his right forearm abrasion. Next, we're going to talk about Anthony Vega. Remember, Anthony Vega, he's found in the living room, but when they break in the house, sorry, he's actually in here with his girlfriend, Michelle. So that's Anthony Vega. He was 34, shared his bedroom with Michelle. His blood was found on the same Nikes we've been talking about, so it's his blood also that was found on those Nikes with Gonzalez and Michelle, with Roberto and Gonzalez. It couldn't be excluded. His blood was also found on Victorino's Lugs boots. So keep that in mind. So his blood is on Hunter's Nikes, but he's also on Victorino's Lugs boots. Belanger and A.O. Roman couldn't be excluded from those same Lugs boots, which we'll talk about. Hunter admitted to hitting him, and you heard some testimony that they heard him speaking Spanish to Victorino, that Victorino comes there and then he starts talking Spanish, and then, of course, we know that his blood is found on Victorino's boots. So Anthony's injuries, he too was alive for most of his injuries, at least 5 to 6 blows to the front of his head, and at least 2 more to the back of his head. Fractures to his jaw, sinuses, nose, orbit. He had a vascular skull fracture, a depressed skull fracture. Most of these people, remember, their faces are distorted, they're caved in. Front of his face is caved in. Contusions to his chin and ear. Abrasions to his left knee and hip with contusions. Tram tracks on his chest and neck along his jawline. Here's Mr. Vega there at the scene. Remember that he's dragged out and he's left here. So that's not where he was attacked. He's carried out there or dragged out there, it looks like, right? And then here he is at autopsy. And so it was the tram tracks on his chest and neck. You see it there. You remember the testimony from Dr. Fulcher. Stab wounds on his neck, perimortem, so in the process of dying. Defensive wound to his shoulder, hands, and abrasions to his arms. Next, we're going to talk about Jonathan Gleason. Probably don't need to show you on the diagram, but just to be sure I will. Jonathan Gleason was the one on the recliner when they came in the house, and Gonzalez was there, and he never really made it off that recliner, right? You heard the testimony? So let's take a look at Jonathan Gleason. He was 17. He's the one who had recently moved in, Kimberly's his girlfriend. He was staying in bedroom 2. He wasn't found in there because he was still up watching TV. He was sitting on the recliner when they came in. And he's the one on the recliner when Victorino was scoping around the house. He's attacked by both Hunter and Victorino on the recliner. Remember, the testimony was that Troy knew, I'm going right. Victorino knew, I'm going right to bedroom 3, to Flacco and Eric. And he said, Hunter, you get the guy on the And then Salas said he chased Gonzalez. He chased Gonzalez into bedroom 2. Cannon was going to bedroom 1 when Michelle and Anthony Vega were. Remember, Salas and Hunter heard, Hunter admitted that he asked him, "Where's my stuff?" And Gleason says, I don't know where your stuff is." And then Hunter says that he starts hitting him. And then he says, but he hasn't been hitting him on the head, remember? He was just hitting him on his body. And then he said Victorino came out of bedroom 3, and then Victorino came behind and hit him over the head, the back. Jonathan never made it out of the recliner, and his blood was on the knife in the living room, which we'll talk about. Let's talk about that, right? So here he is at the scene. The knife actually isn't pictured here. It's with, it's closer to Vega's body, Anthony's body there in the living room, right? So Hunter testified at trial in 2006 that he didn't have a knife, he didn't slit anyone's throat, right? So he was clear. He couldn't have done any of the stabbings of anyone, right? Because he didn't have a knife and he didn't slit anyone. But now he tells Dr. Harper that the others did discuss slitting throats, and he didn't have a knife, so he got a kitchen knife, and he tried. He did puncture Gleason, but the knife broke. Well, guess what? That knife was found broken there in the living room, and it has Gleason's body on it. So that corroborates, because Salas testified to that. You heard that in his prior trial testimony. He testified that he saw Hunter get a knife, and he didn't see him do it, but he saw him like going over to Gleason's neck, and then, but he walked out. So that corroborates Salas' testimony. Corroborates Salas. So now let's talk about Jonathan's injuries. Like the others, he was alive for most of his injuries. You can clearly see the tram tracks here, right? At least 7 or 8 blows to his chest, head, and neck. Dr. Fulcher told you that's a low estimate. Contusions on his neck, cheek, jawline, right side of his head and face. Fracture to his sinuses. Vascular skull fracture. Tram tracks on his neck and chest. And keep in mind, so while he's in the living room being attacked, and the others are going around and committing their murders, all of them are appreciating, all of them are going to hear what's going on. So consider that. That is shockingly evil. That is vile. That is heinous. That is atrocious. I'm just hearing other people getting beaten, knowing that you're being attacked, thinking that you're going to die, right? That's what's going on. And then, of course, then realizing you are dead, or you're about to die, or you're going to die, and that others are dying. And then stab wounds on the abdomen, some peri-mortem in his chest. Defensive wounds, contusions to his hands, right wrist, elbow, and right forearm, abrasions. Of course, we know he was fighting. Hunter told you he was fighting. Next, we're going to talk about bedroom 3. So this is Aaron and Francisco. So these two here that we're going to talk about now, you're deciding the sentence for Victorino, not for Hunter, okay? So Aaron was 22, Francisco was 30. They stayed in this bedroom here. There's the dog. They were in bed when the attack began. Remember, they're the ones found naked. Victorino wanted to be the one to kill Francisco, to kill Flacco. So it's Flacco that he's looking to kill, that he's saying he wants to kill. Excuse me, Victorino was the one angry with Aaron. He immediately goes to their bedroom, and he was holding Aaron's leg and his back when he told Salas, "Watch what I do to this bitch." And it was the dog found near Aaron that Victorino was concerned could identify him. And Aaron and Francisco's blood was found on Victorino's lugs boots, or his boots, along with Vega's. So it's those 3 found on those boots. And a vat covered mostly in tape had a mixture of Aaron, Francisco, and Roberto's blood. And it was Francisco's print that was found on the sunglasses recovered from the expedition. Let's talk about Francisco's injuries. remember him at the scene. When you come in the door, you saw him, here's the bed, all askew, disarray, and he's here, with his legs crossed, and then you see him here on his back. So that was how the police found him. And then here he is at autopsy. Alive for most of his injuries, at least 5 to 6 blows to his head and face, depressed skull fracture with deformity, severe and many fractures, a lot of impact for him. Right side of his head was most significant, trauma to his cheek and teeth. His ear was mostly torn off from blunt force trauma, tram track to his cheek, stab wounds to his chest, some perimortem, and the neck, and then he also had defensive wounds, contusions on his hands. Remember where Erin was located there? Near the bathroom in the bedroom. There's that pay stub. You can see some blood there. And then here is Erin at autopsy. Alive for most of her injuries, at least 10 blows, blunt force trauma largely to her forehead. She was one, remember, that pieces of the skull were found, had to be placed with the body because they were removed from her head, from her skull. Her skull was protruding out of her forehead. You can see it here. She had lost most of her teeth. Pieces of the top of her skull were missing. Impact so great, her skull fractured, was driven into her brain. Her skull was exposed. Trauma to her cheek, eyes, jaw, fractured teeth, abrasions to her arm, breast, thighs, injury to her knees and lower legs, stab wounds to her chest and neck. Defensive wounds, contusions to wrist and hands. I want to just talk a little bit about some of the additional forensic evidence. We covered most of it going over each of the victims. But additionally, you heard that it was Hunter's Nike shoes that made the bloody shoe print on the 3 of Hearts card found in on the living room floor. And it was Victorino's boots that had blood from Erin, Francisco, and Anthony Vega on them. But additionally, you heard that his boots made the blood tread print on Erin's pay stub in her bedroom, made the bloody tread prints on the sheet in Michelle Nathan's bedroom, so that puts him in bedroom 3. I'm sorry, that's bedroom 1. And made the bloody footprint, tread print on the 7 of clubs in the living room. Made the impression on the door of the home. He's the one who kicked in the door, consistent with Salas and Hunter's testimony. So I submit to you that you give this aggravated great weight. The judge is going to tell you, we're going to now move on to mitigating circumstances. It is the defendant's burden to prove that one or more mitigating circumstances exist. So it's our job to prove to you the aggravating factors. It's their job to prove mitigating circumstances. However, the judge is going to tell you their burden is lower, significantly lower than the state's. So mitigating circumstances do not need to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Instead, the defendant need only establish a mitigating circumstance by the greater weight of the evidence, which means evidence that's more likely than not that tends to establish the existence of a mitigating circumstance. So let's talk about some of the mitigating circumstances, and I expect that the defense is going to argue over 30 of them that apply to Troy Victorino. So I'm not going to go over all of them. I'm just going to kind of highlight a few of them, and I've kind of grouped them together with, you're going to hear, and you've heard some evidence, right, of childhood, family history, brain development, mental health, that he's large, he's done kind things, got his GED, drugs and alcohol,
and you heard about some stuff he's done in prison. So those are just categories, but I'm going to talk specifically about some of them. But you know, the mitigation that was presented for both defendants, but it was mostly you heard a lot of expert testimony giving you a one-sided picture of who they want you to believe Troy Victorino is. And I submit to you who Troy Victorino is, the guy who spent 3/4 of his life in prison, is the guy who committed these murders, is the guy who beat Mr. Stern. So keep that in mind. And I would submit to you that even although not all of these aggravators were proven, but even if all of them were, that they pale in comparison to the aggravating factors. What you heard a lot about was Victorino shifting blame to other people. It's not really him. It was the doctors, it was the psychologists, it was the teachers, it was the system, it was his parents, right? It's everyone else's fault, not Troy Victorino. But the reality is, of course, it's going to be different with Hunter because he was 18, but Troy Victorino was 27 at the time of these murders. 27. Married twice. So, some of them, and remorseful, which we'll talk about. Let's talk about this helps other inmates. You heard from 2 inmates. You heard from an ex-prison warden talking about prison. So they want you to find mitigation in the fact that convicted felons who are in prison with Victorino, they bonded on a very restricted unit of the prison. That's McGirth and Pagan. And they're now on a less restrictive unit. And you heard that now Pagan or Pagan, he has since got a DR. And they're both happier. They're happier since they moved to that less or least restrictive area of the prison. And then you heard Bonasco testify. You heard Mr. Probisco bring this out. Life in prison is easier than death row. Really? So there's this idea that I believe is going to be argued to you that, hey, you know what? You should sentence him to life because that's harder. Then he gets to work. You know, how much weight are you going to give that mitigator, if you even find that it's a mitigator? But how much weight are you going to give that? If any, I submit to you all of this stuff about prison should get very little weight, especially when you are comparing it to the aggravation. It just pales in comparison to the aggravation in this case. The idea that he has made some friends and gave some legal advice, and these guys, you know, bond in prison, and that life in prison is tougher than death row. Let's talk about the experts. The judge is going to instruct you that expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give an opinion. However, an expert's opinion is only reliable when given on a subject about which you believe that person to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. What I'd like you to consider is you heard a lot of testimony from experts who were paid a lot of money to give you that one-sided view of Victorino. They relied on what Victorino told them, even knowing, though, that he lied about cocaine, using cocaine in 2006, and he lied to the jury. He lied to his own doctor back in 2006, saying he didn't have anything to do with these murders. So consider that when you're determining what weight to give, what Victorino was telling these experts paid to give this one-sided view. You heard from Dr. Danziger. He's been involved in the case for 19 years. Victorino told him he was sexually abused when he was 2 to 4 years old. And let's talk about that, the sexual abuse. I don't know if that's been proven or not. You know, that's ultimately going to be up for you to decide. However, we know that he's telling, Dr. Danziger says, Victorino told me, and he was abused when he was 2 to 4. Well, what did Dr. Campbell tell us? He told us something different, right? We'll talk about that more when we go over his testimony. But it's just, can you believe it? Can you trust that it's even been proven? Remember, when he's 2 to 4, at most, the mom says he was acting a little unusual. He went behind a curtain when he was naked. So, he must have been abused. He must have been sexually abused. And then even Victorino was telling Campbell, I was abused when I was 5 or 6. I was sexually abused because they got undressed and we went in the bedroom, I don't know, I don't have any memory that anything happened, but hey, they're counting that as sexual abuse, right? Now, he did say, he didn't tell Danziger any of that, right? But he's telling Campbell, I was abused also when I was 10 years old. A female babysitter made me perform oral sex on her. So you can decide whether or not that's been proven and then decide what weight you want to give that. You know, there are a lot of people in the United States who are molested and don't go out and kill one person, let alone 6 people. So you decide how much weight to give that when you're weighing it against the aggravation in this case. So in 2006, never mentioned the cocaine. Now he says he did. 2006, he lied and said he didn't commit the murders, and he was under oath. Remember, when he's talking to his experts, they're not recorded. He's not under oath. You know, it's not. He took an oath in 2006 and lied to a jury and said, "I did not commit these murders." He admitted that Victorino gave him a detailed recount of the events leading up to the murders, who he was drinking with and where. He was giving names: Henry Melendez, Eunice Vega, you know, drinking with all those people, going to Papa Joe's, and seeing his ex-girlfriend Amanda. He remembers all of those details. You know, why is that important? It's because of the stuff that the pharmacologist, Buffington, that he's telling you. They're trying to tell you that his memory is fuzzy and it's the drugs and the alcohol. Well, it doesn't seem like that because he has a very good recollection of everything that happened before the murder, right? He admitted to kicking in the door, claims only went there looking for drugs, admitted to killing Aaron and Flacco only. And then Dr. Danziger said something interesting. It's not my job to assess the credibility of what someone who is self-reporting says. So he's just, even knowing Victorino lied to him, he still just believes whatever he tells him to inform his opinions. And he said he's basing his opinions on the fact that Victorino was stressed out because he was on probation and got arrested for fighting, going back to prison, using cocaine and alcohol, past trauma, anxiety, no car, homeless. He said that was his mental state on August 6th. Well, you heard a very different picture, right? He didn't seem anxious at all. He seemed calm, cool, and reflected. I've got a plan, guys. I watched this movie. Let's carry this plan out. Let's kill them all. You didn't hear Graham say anything about he wanted to find drugs. We were doing drugs. He was anxious. He was concerned he didn't have a car, a home. Nothing like that. Victorino committed the murders while under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. You've heard no evidence of that, and if so, if you believe the testimony of Campbell and Buffington, then I submit that you should give that very little weight. Same with the capacity to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law was substantially impaired. That's the same thing Danziger was testifying about, Campbell was testifying about. You know, I submit to you that it's not proven, but if you found it was proven, you should give it very little weight. Danziger did not diagnose Victorino with PTSD in 2006, but he does now. You know, after he's committed all these murders, now he's got PTSD. And not diagnosed the entire time he's been in prison. It's only when he got experts for this case that he now has PTSD. But he did admit that Victorino knew right from wrong, and he understood what he was doing. Dr. Buffington told you he was paid $400 an hour. He's worked 25 hours on the case. That's $10,000. And he says that medication administered to Victorino when he was admitted in the hospital impaired his childhood brain development, that Victorino had a limited recall of that day, and it was just snapshots. And he relied on Victorino's self-reporting of using cocaine and alcohol, even though he knows that he lied to Danziger, or he was telling the truth in 2006. But either way, you know, he's not being consistent about his drug and alcohol use. Now let's talk about Dr. Campbell. He was paid. Remember, I was asking him that. I was like, how much did you get? He said, well, $250 or $300. I point out he said something different in his deposition. You know, I had to do that several times. I asked him how many hours. He says 20. And I say, well, in your depo, you said 20 or 25. And he said, okay, it might have been that, but now I've done more work. So I came up with the $12,000 if it's the $300 for the 40 hours, $12,000. Last interviewed Victorino, April 7th of 2023. Well, remember I brought out on cross when he was deposed, April 13th, 2023. So 6 days after he interviews Victorino, I'm taking his deposition. So keep that in mind when you're weighing the credibility and the reliability of him. And I say that because, remember, he said, oh, you should rely on my notes, not what I said. I'm not sure, I didn't make a note. Remember those things in his testimony. But Victorino told him that he was sexually abused when he testifies 4 or 5. And okay, maybe that's not a huge deal, but it is, because it's showing that he's trying to make him younger when he's sexually abused. He's trying to exaggerate, so he says 4 or 5. And so I point out, well, in your depo, you said 5 or 6. And he says, well, let's just split the difference and say 5. And I'm like, no, we don't split the difference. What did he tell you? And then he looks in his notes and he said 5 or 6. Or 5, yeah, 5 or 6. Then Victorino, told him he was sexually abused when he was 10 by a babysitter who was 16. Then Victorino said, well, she was 3 to 4 years older. So that's what I mean about relying on this information, this self-reporting of Victorino. Even he's not consistent. Victorino told him it wasn't just a threat of suicide. So those records, and you have some of them, but the records show, when you heard testimony, it was a suicidal threat. And I don't mean to make light of that. Obviously, children shouldn't be thinking of suicide, right? That's not a good thing. But Victorino, is exaggerating now. It wasn't just a threat of suicide, but he tried to kill himself. Remember, he said he went over in the classroom and he grabbed the cord to the blind and he put it around his neck and he tried to kill himself. So they're trying to make it sound worse than it was. But the records show, Campbell admitted, it was suicidal thoughts. And then not only that, but remember, when he testified it was the blind cord, and the blind, and then I point out, well, in your deposition, you said it was an extension cord or rope, so which is it? So remember that when you're weighing the credibility of Dr. Campbell. He admitted that Victorino had only been diagnosed with PTSD by experts hired by his lawyers. On cross said the PTSD symptoms on the day of the murders. He was under a great deal of stress. He was going back to prison. It just traumatized him. He did not enjoy it. He did not ask him whether he was experiencing triggers of his father abusing him. Remember, that's the whole thing, right? Dad abused me, so I have PTSD. But he's not even asking him, hey, were you thinking of your dad? Did you have a trigger? Because Victorino told him, he claimed he did. Remember, he told Dr. Campbell that whole thing with Stern? It was Stern who hit him first. Stern hit him with that bamboo. So then Victorino remembered being in the fetal position, and he just had a flashback to his dad. I submit to you that's not credible, because you heard from Mr. Guzman. And it's not because he wouldn't then go take his keys and take off, and he's collecting the debt, so it just doesn't add up, right? But at least he's saying he had some trigger there. That makes more sense for PTSD. But here, during the murders, he's not even asking him, well, hey, did you have any triggers? Did you have any thoughts of your dad? And he agreed with me that it would have been prudent to ask him. You're saying that he was experiencing PTSD and you don't even ask him? Tell me what symptoms you're experiencing during the murders so that he can evaluate whether or not he was experiencing PTSD or if Victorino's lying to him. He didn't ask him whether he was having flashbacks to his father beating him during the murders or the events leading up. He said it possibly would have been prudent to ask, but he didn't want to push Victorino for additional facts because what would come would be fuzzy. Really? Because you heard him tell several experts his version of exactly what happened in there, right? I went in the room and Flacco, I saw Flacco, and so I hit him, and then Aaron saw, and Aaron maybe defended, and then he hits Aaron. So he has all that recollection. So what's fuzzy about that? And then he says he leaves that room, and remember, he's looking for drugs. He's not going to the garage. He's beating them, and then he supposedly sees these dead bodies, and he's going around the house looking for drugs, and he just couldn't believe it. And then you heard he talks about the ACE. Victorino is in the 12.5 range, but admitted he had no data of how many of that 12.5% commit murder. Why did I ask that? I'm trying to make it relevant for mitigation for these murders. He told him that, Victorino told him that Hunter did mention a dog as they were walking out, but Victorino didn't respond. Why is that important? Because Victorino's admitting just a little more now, right? That corroborates what Salas said, that he heard that statement between Victorino and Hunter about the dog, about being worried that he could identify him. And Victorino told him he doesn't remember a dog, but if he had, he would have seen it. He would have taken it because he loves that type of dog. I mean, the audacity, right? It's like, oh,
Your
really?
Honor, objection at this point, I'm gonna, object to an improper argument disparaging mitigating circumstances.
Council approach.
So you remember that when you're judging the credibility of, sorry. So you remember that when you're judging the credibility of Victorino and whether or not you are going to extend him mercy. He said as soon as he exited the Telford home, he was feeling remorseful and shameful the instant he left the house. I submit to you that is not credible. You know, that's not consistent with the evidence in the case, that he's shameful and remorseful, because someone who's shameful and remorseful the instant they leave the house do not think, you know what, we better go back, I left some evidence. They don't think, let's go to Walmart. They don't think, let's go get rid of our evidence. Someone who's shameful and remorseful doesn't lie to his mother and say he didn't do it. They don't lie to a jury and say they didn't do it. And that's what Troy Victorino did. He is admitting just enough to try to convince you that he's remorseful so that you will extend him mercy, so that
Your
you will...
Honor, once again, objection. I have case law. May I approach?
You may.
remember that, the lies, well, I'm sorry, I was saying, was that credible? His statement, I submit to you, it wasn't credible. That idea that the instant he left the house, he was remorseful. Look at his actions. Those are not the actions of someone who is remorseful. And even if you find that he was remorseful or he is remorseful, I submit to you that it pales in the comparison of the aggravation in this case. and you should give it very, very, very little weight. This idea, he said he wishes he could take their place. That's self-serving. He wasn't able to look his co-defendants in the eyes. He threw up. That's not the evidence you heard. Those are not the actions of someone who can't throw up. The actions he did after carrying out these pre-planned, cold-blooded, premeditated murders. He said he wasn't truthful with the police during trial because of his distrust of authority, of the police and the court system. He lies under oath and he blames the system. He says that he wasn't involved in these murders at all, and it's the police's fault. It's the authority's fault. It's everyone else's fault but Troy Victorino. Dr. Jason Demery, you heard from today, he said PTSD, there are valid objective tests that can be administered. He said, in his opinion, there was no evidence of dissociative amnesia, which you see with PTSD. Victorino has a pristine recall. He talked about, and while I'm talking about Dr. Demery, you heard about this interview that was the evaluation, the interview that Dr. Demery did, and that there's a recording of it. And you heard Dr. Demery say it was the defendant's recording, it was their attorney's recording, and they provided him with a copy. So I just submit to you that either side could have introduced that interview. So if you just consider that, I anticipate you may hear some argument when the defense gets up for Victorino, but they had the same access to that video and could have presented it if they wanted you to see it. Psychological testing and data, he talked about the test for the measure of the inhibitory control, entirely normal, average range. Why is this important? Because he told you, Buffington said a lot of could have. That medication when he was young, it could have had an impact. The alcohol and the drugs he did, it could have had an impact. Well, here you see the result of these tests show actually his measure of inhibitory control, entirely normal, average range. These objective tests done by, and were provided by a defense expert, he testified. Impaired memory testing done, tested every way to Sunday, and each and every test was normal. No impairment in recent memory. Cognitive function impairment, no evidence of impairment. So when they're talking about, he was drinking, he was doing drugs, he had a trauma which can affect the brain, well, guess what? There's no evidence of that in the objective tests. So let's move on to Hunter's mitigation. When you look at these mitigators, you'll also see that they're duplicative. You're going to see that there are some that seem to be the same thing stated just a little differently. So keep that in mind when you're considering the weight to give them and the number of them. For instance, Jerone Hunter witnessed his father physically and verbally abuse his mother. You'll also see Jerone's mother was in denial about her husband Alicia's after Jerone's mother Annette left her husband Alicia, he continued to victimize her, and Jerone witnessed his father violently break through the door of their apartment. So they're both talking about really the same thing, right? So you're going to see that. Another one is Jerone's mother was hospitalized for depression and prescribed medication. And then another one is Jerone's mother was suicidal and hospitalized as a result. So you're really talking about the same thing, but stating it just a little differently and saying that's more mitigation. So keep that in mind. These are just groups, again, that I've categorized them in, but because there are over 50 of them, I'm not going to go over all of them with you, but family history, childhood, acted under extreme mental duress or under the substantial domination of another person. I submit to you, yes, Victorino is manipulative, and yes, he's the one who was getting this group together and coming up with the plan. But I submit to you, Hunter was an enthusiastic participant. He wasn't a shrinking violet. He wanted to do this. He was happy to do it, and he did do it, and he did it happily. And he wasn't just standing by in the house. He was actively murdering these people. He's the one who's actively murdering Michelle Nathan after finding her hiding in the closet. You heard stuff about mental health and religion and how he's behaved in prison. Keep in mind, the testimony was he's in the most restrictive unit of the prison when you're talking about behaving in prison. And you also heard about remorse, which we'll talk about. So first, you heard from the religion expert, Dr. McAllister. She was paid $300 an hour, worked 70 hours, and was paid $21,000, or will be paid $21,000. And what did she really tell us about? She talked a lot about the religion that the parents, the mom and dad grew up in. Mom didn't really raise them with the same way that she was raised, right? And she got him away from his father's family. But even those people, you saw a lot of his aunts, Jerone Hunter's aunts, come in and testify. So she gave you, McAllister gave you a lot of history of the religion, but it seemed to be about the ancestors and the history of that religion. And she told us that the religion encouraged women to suffer domestic violence, domestic abuse. Well, not Hunter's family, right? You heard his father's family come in here and tell you the aunts told the mom, leave him, and they assisted her, his own mother. So Hunter's grandmother assisted Annette to leave. And what did she do? She left. Before Hunter was even 2 years old, she left the father, and they were divorced. And her older son was a year older. So neither boy has any memory of their father, any of the abuse. So has that mitigator been proven? Has there been some evidence that the wife, that his mother, was abused by his father? You know, absolutely, I agree. But how much weight do you give that, especially when Hunter has no memory of it? He has no memory of what was going on when he was in his mother's tummy, or before he was 2 years old. Neither does his brother. They have no memory. So how much, how is that relevant to his mitigation? How much weight should you give it? Annette did leave with her small children. She did get out. And then she was testifying about religion and how it's affected Hunter. But remember, Mr. Urbanek brought out on cross, she didn't even ask his current thoughts or practices on religion. And she's going to be opining on religion. So remember that when you're deciding the weight of her testimony. Remember Dr. Harper. She admitted she was typically hired by defense attorneys for defendants. She told us Hunter sold marijuana. And she was exaggerating. Remember, I was bringing out, you used the word kicked out, that Alicia, the brother, was kicked out. But didn't he say he moved out at 18 because they were too strict and it was time for him to move out on his own, and he had his own place and there was enough room for Jerone to live there? And she was admitting yes. And you heard, today, you heard Dr. Herkop testify about that. So this idea that Alicia, the brother, the older brother, was kicked out, she's exaggerating. No, he wasn't. He was 18. He didn't want to live by his parents' rules. He was old enough. He could get his own place, so he did. That's not kicked out, ladies and gentlemen. And then she said Jerone was kicked out because he missed curfew. That's what to make it sound extreme, right? They kicked him out because he missed his curfew. Well, that wasn't the evidence either. She was exaggerating to make it sound worse for you. Because she's paid, right? She's paid, she's hired by the defense, and she's paid to try to find mitigation to present. So mom said, you heard the testimony of Annette. Remember, that was read into the record because she wasn't able to be here. So mom said he never came home from work. He was gone 3 days. I had to call the police. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not kicked out because you missed curfew. Not coming back from work and you have the parent having to call the police to get their kid back, that's not missing curfew. That's leaving your parents' house without permission and staying gone for 3 days. Harper wouldn't admit that Hunter said he testified at trial that he didn't stab anyone. Remember when I was asking her about that? She said he was confused. It was a compound question and he was confused. Well, you heard the testimony. No, he wasn't. He was distancing himself. You know, why? I didn't touch a knife. I didn't stab anyone. Those things are clear. And now he's saying, I punctured Gleason with a kitchen knife and it broke. So he was lying. He's still lying. Told Dr. Harper, he told the others that he had seen Michelle in the house. And we did go over this already, so I won't belabor the point. But you understand, it's important. He's lying then, and he's still lying now about what he did to Michelle. So, when you're contemplating the weight to give to this alleged remorse, remember those things. When you're deciding whether or not to give mercy, remember those things. Parents were strict and physically abused them, she said. Remember? She was telling you about how she made it sound like both brothers, but it comes out on cross. It was Jerone Hunter who was telling her the mom would hit him with any object, with a shoe, whatever she had. She just beat the kids for anything, for any small infraction. But Alicia, the older brother, 1 year older than Jerone Hunter, you heard, she admitted some of this, and some of it came out today with Dr. Herkov. But Mom and Dan, they were strict. Discipline with hand or belt on the butt. Same for Jerone, on the butt. No other objects. No marks left, not injured, no medical attention. Jerone would brush it off, not abuse, didn't find church to be a negative experience now. He just got out of it. He got something out of it, looking back now. She admitted on cross she didn't even ask Hunter or his brother where on their bodies they were struck. So she's doing these interviews, and she's going to be opining, about this abuse, but she doesn't even say, hey, where were you struck on your body? Doesn't it make a difference if it's your butt or it's across your face? Those things matter, and she's not asking him those questions. She told you that he grew up surrounded by his aunts and cousins. They had Sunday family dinners. They traveled to New York and Canada. They went to the fair and Gatorland and Universal, right? So he was able to do all those things with this alleged very, very, very strict upbringing. She also diagnosed him with schizophrenia spectrum. She said disorganized thinking. It was hard for him to stay in sequence. Well, remember the testimony of their other expert, Aubrey Land. He didn't notice that. He told you that Hunter was a very good communicator. She talked about talking to his deceased twin brother. Remember that mom, I brought out that mom said she thought it was like an imaginary friend. And that cousin Tavares Bowles never saw it. Never saw him talking. Mom said it stopped in high school. And that's corroborated because the coach, who spent a lot of time with him, never saw it. And most recently, and Miss Nadeau didn't see it, right? But most recently, that's not what Aubrey Land said. When Mr. Evenik asked him on cross-examination about that, did you see him look like he's talking to himself or someone who's not there? He's like, there were only two of us in the room. There was no one else. He wasn't doing that. She said that Hunter has never received any mental health treatment, no drugs, not even in prison. And then Dr. Herkov, you heard, he, like Dr. Demery, is a board-certified doctor. He's a neuropsychologist. And he told you, and you heard with him, he was telling you about the criteria for schizophrenia. And you didn't really hear that with Dr. Harper. So he's going over all the criteria that you need to meet in order for you to be diagnosed with schizophrenia. It's his opinion that there's no evidence of schizophrenia, that the criteria is not met. He told you that schizophrenia is the most devastating mental disorder you can have. It's rare, it's chronic, it doesn't go away. And he admits that there is some credible evidence, and I agree. There's some evidence that he was talking to his deceased twin. It's very sad that he lost his twin. That's a terrible thing. I know he doesn't probably have any memory of it, but growing up knowing you lost your twin, I agree, that would affect you. It would affect me. So he talks to his deceased brother, but what Dr. Herkov was saying is the fact that you hear the voice inside your head, that's not really indicative of a hallucination, talking to someone inside your head. It's usually when it's a hallucination or delusion, it's outside. So keep that in mind. He didn't have the same concerns that Harper did. He admitted, yes, it appears that he had conversations with his brother, but it didn't cause him any distress. He didn't give him any commands. At most, and he's not saying 100% am saying he has hallucinations because he has conversations with his deceased brother. If he does, even now as an adult, but at most it's a hallucination. It's not a delusion. And remember Harper, she was trying to say, oh, it's a hallucination and a delusion. She was trying to stretch that because she needed to have two from that criteria to diagnose him with this. And he's saying it can't be both. It's one or the other. It's a hallucination or a delusion. And he said that Hunter's conversation wasn't disorganized. There's nothing in the records that indicate that. And you heard that from the other witnesses. His conversation wasn't disorganized. Certainly not with Aubrey Land, right? And no delusions. And he talked about how sometimes you can have negative symptoms, like maybe you're a loner, you stand out, those sorts of things. And he said there's nothing in the records. He had friends, he had girlfriends. You heard from the coach. You heard from Miss Nadeau. He wasn't a loner. He did have people. He had friends in high school. He had the teams. He would go to the youth group at the coach's house. He would go over there with the teams, the wrestling team, the football team. So he did socialize. He did have friends. All right, so let me talk a bit about, highlight just a couple more of those mitigators from Hunter. The age of Jerone Hunter at the time of the murders, Jerone was just barely 18 of years of age at the time. Absolutely, Hunter was 18. I wouldn't say barely 18, but he was 18 years old. He was a young adult. He was 18 years old. And I submit to you, I agree that deserves some weight. How much weight? That's for you to decide. But when you weigh it against the aggravation, I submit to you, it pales in comparison. Yes, he was young. He wasn't 27 like Victorino, but he certainly knew right from wrong. And when you're deciding what weight to give it, remember those aggravators, those very weighty aggravators. Capital felony was committed while Hunter was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. There's no evidence of that, even from their own doctors. I submit to you that hasn't been proven, and if you decide it has been proven, then I would submit to you it should have very little weight. The capacity of Hunter to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of law was substantially impaired. You didn't hear any evidence of that. I, again, submit to you it's not proven, but if you do find it is proven, I submit to you that you should give it very little weight. Jerone Hunter was never treated for his mental illness. First off, assuming that's correct, how does that mitigate the murders? And remember, in DOC, he did not, he had access to it, and he still does not get any mental health treatment for the supposed schizophrenia, and he does not have any medication that he's prescribed in DOC. You heard that from the defense experts. So I submit to you that you give that very little weight. Jerone's mother, Annette, remarried Dan Washington, who became addicted to alcohol and crack, and so they separated for a time, leaving Jerone without a father figure. Keep in mind that mom left again to protect her kids from her husband, who now was doing cocaine. She left. She protected her children, and then when he got his act together and he was clean, then they got back together as a family unit. Another time you'll see it's duplicative. Jerone was a successful wrestler in high school. You decide how much weight you want to give that. Jerone played junior varsity football at Pine Ridge High School. Jerone enjoyed playing sports, including wrestling in high school. So it's three different mitigators, really just talking about he had sports in high school and he did well. Jerone was failed by the educational system when they merely retained him in third grade and did not provide him with adequate services. I submit to you there's been no evidence of that, and we know he passed the next year. So the system kept him back, retained him, make sure he understood the material, and then they passed him to the next grade the next year. So how much mitigation does that deserve? I submit to you very little. The state has proven 6 aggravating factors related to Victorino and 5 related to Jerone Hunter. Proven them beyond a reasonable doubt, and you have heard all of the mitigation, you've heard all of the evidence of the mitigation, and I submit to you that it pales in comparison. For both defendants, it pales in comparison. And when you look at the circumstances, when you look at the shockingly evil crimes that were committed here, the way that they were carried out, it pales in comparison. And we're asking you to return, for both defendants, verdicts for the death penalty for all, for both. You have 4 for each. We're asking for death for all of them. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Please be back at 2:35. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. We'll see you back here in a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you. All right, everyone please be seated. Mr. Wood, sir.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Counsel? Counsel? I can't thank you all enough on behalf of Mr. Hunter, as well as everybody else in the proceeding, how important you are considered in this last phase of the penalty sentencing trial that you've had here today. I know it's been long. I know we've had long days. I know you've heard a lot of information, a lot of evidence, a lot of photos, a lot of testimony. But it's extremely important, as you, I'm sure, understand. Today, we're going to be talking about, on behalf of Mr. Hunter, as well as my co-counsel, Mr. Tomas, why it is appropriate, lawful for you to sentence Mr. Hunter to life without the possibility of parole. In doing so, I feel like I need to repeat something that we talked about extensively, maybe sometimes I felt too extensively during jury selection, which is, although I speak on behalf of Mr. Hunter, it's been conceded and talked about ad nauseum as well by Team Victorino, that these two gentlemen have been convicted by a jury beyond a reasonable doubt of six counts of first-degree premeditated murder. And we told you during jury selection that we are not going to argue that they're not guilty. We're not going to argue that they were somewhere else. We're not going to argue self-defense. We're not going to argue even insanity, although we are going to talk about mental illness. These are Mr. Hunter's mental illness. But the defenses are, they're over. They're guilty. 4 men went inside a house at Telford Avenue and killed 6 people back in 2004. You know, the other 2 are Mr. Cannon as well as Michael Salas. So I hope that that is clear for you, because it's very important when you're considering mitigation and the evidence and testimony and argument about it, that mitigation is not a legal excuse. Mitigation can be anything. Anything. I'm going to go over a list. Ms. Dragona's covered part of it. I'm going to cover the list as well too, but it is not exhaustive. As I told you during jury selection, that mitigation can be anything, including stuff that you see, things that you see that are important to you as an individual juror or collectively as a jury. Whatever you think is important, even if I don't point it out to you. Could be something about the case, could be something about Mr. Hunter's demeanor, some other bits of evidence that come out here or there. If those are important, by all means, put it on the table, discuss it, decide it, and put it out. So I want to make sure that that is clear for you. Now, we're going to talk throughout the proceedings so mitigation could be anything in the life, the background, the upbringing, the circumstances of Jerone Hunter as a reason to vote for life. Anything that you think is persuasive as to the reason why you should be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. It bears repeating, I'm sure it's been drilled into you as well, that Mr. Hunter is going to die and leave prison in a pie box. Life without the possibility of parole provides it. He's never going to go on the outside. He's never going to get parole. He's going to die. And he's going to leave prison in a pie box. notice in the instructions that you're going to be given tomorrow that you are never required to vote for death. That's in the law. And I'm going to go through this weighing process that we talked about. That's important because at the end of the day, the bottom line is you're never going to be required to vote for death. And that the law is always satisfied with a life sentence. In other words, life without possibility of parole is in fact a lawful sentence. It's in the law. It's in your verdict form. You'll see it. Now, I want to talk about, because I mentioned in an opening argument, Jerone Hunter was just barely 18. His birthday was in late May. I know it's not blow it up too much. His birthday was in late May of 1986. The murders occurred August 5th, August 6th of 2004. So he is about 18 years and 2.5 months maybe when this happened. Or better yet, a little bit more than 2.5 months from being a juvenile. Before the murders happened, though, you saw a downward trajectory, and it happened at a rapid pace in Jerone's life. That culminated from a kind of a schism, a separation, if you will, from his family, his church, his support system. But it was building over time, and it started in his childhood, and then kind of quickly spiraled from there. You know, he was very young when his mother had domestic violence inflicted upon her by his father, repeatedly, that she was beaten even when, and that was beaten even when she was pregnant. Both Jeremy, the twin brother, and Jerome were born prematurely, around 2 pounds. Jeremy died after about 5 months. You saw that, and this is well documented, we'll talk more about it, repeatedly from other sources and family members that Jerone talked to his twin brother in his childhood. That this would happen on occasions, and it continued on through his teenage years. And one thing I did want to mention, because we read her transcripts and the evidence, Miss Washington at Washington said in her trial testimony, she was asked about the talking to his brother. Would it surprise you to know that that Jerone talks, has continued to talk to his adulthood, or whatever the words were, past 15 or 16? And she said, no, it wouldn't surprise me. So we've got well-established, what I'll call hallucinations, and we'll get into the testimony about that in a little bit, but talking to his twin. It's obvious that the trauma of Jeremy's death impacted both the family and Jerone throughout his childhood, as it would in any family situation. God forbid, you have a baby born, 5 months, dies of form of pneumonia, and then you've got the situation that's, let's be honest, Jerone lives, Jeremy doesn't. Very impactful on family and the loss of the family, particularly to Annette. Now, of course, Jerone's father, completely other story. Jerone's father is almost completely out of the picture. I mean, after the beatings happen, Annette finally leaves Alicia Sr. They've got their back and forth thing from Miami to Jennings to Sanford. but eventually she leaves him when Jerome was very young. And then, the moving around, not staying any place for particularly long. Then eventually she does marry Dan Washington, who unfortunately has a cocaine addiction in his adulthood that affects Annette and his relationship, and obviously impacts Jerome, dealing with now a coke-addicted, alcoholic stepfather. So you really don't have, particularly with his natural father, any father to speak of as a childhood, no paternal support system there. And then now mother takes on an alcoholic and a coke addict, and they go through their cycles of problems. We talked about during the testimony of the aunts that the paternal aunts wanted to have a relationship with Jerome, but as they testified to, mom wouldn't let him be involved with their life and their visiting. She hid them from them, so he lost out on that support system. I want to talk too about that you have with the family, you do have a very strict environment. It's brought up by the Pentecostal church. Now, I want to make something perfectly clear. Church is a great thing. Religion, Christianity, great thing. Structure, support from the church, great thing. Having family members become closer to one another by attending church, going to church during church functions, great thing. All very good support systems. That's a consistency in Jerome's life. So those are positive things. And when we're talking about the Pentecostal church and their culture, their beliefs, it goes beyond that in the sense of how it later comes to affect Jerome when he's around 18. So you know from the testimony from Dr. McAllister that the church is, in addition to being very strict, they have the pastors have authority over the church. There's a strict discipline within the church. There's a dress code within the church. Not allowed to, women are required to wear certain things. Men are required to wear certain things. Can't listen to music. In Jerome's situation, you couldn't spend the night with friends unless, and couldn't socialize with anybody unless they were also church members. So, he's raised in that environment, and there's an imperfect storm that's about to happen. Then, on top of everything else, his older brother, Alicia, leaves the home before Jerome. Alicia's older than Jerome. And that has an impact on Jerome because the one person that he was closest to was Alicia. They played sports together. They were involved in stuff at the high school, at Pine Ridge High School. They had a great relationship. But when Alicia left, that left Jerome at the house with Dan Washington and his mom and their rules. So his older brother leaves, goes to live elsewhere. And then, so many months after that, Jerome decides to leave the house. Now, there's a difference of perspectives about how that happened, whether he was kicked out. He obviously had a curfew, a midnight curfew. He stayed out. He couldn't, he did come back home, but then a few days later, he left and stayed with another friend. And then that was it. So now this just 18-year-old kid whose entire world was his family and the church and the restrictions, other than playing sports, that he had imposed on him. He wasn't ready for the outside world. That's what I presented in an opening statement to you. There's a whole different world out there that all of a sudden he got exposed to. That didn't happen right away. You heard some testimony about that Jerome was couch surfing, if you will, going staying from place to place. But he was very fortunate in that he got to stay for a short period of time with Allison Nadeau. And I know you all remember her testimony, quite emotional. Her son Esau went to high school with Jerome. Ms. Nadeau told you that she had a habit of letting other kids stay with her for a safe place. And Esau told her, hey, I've got a friend who needs a place to stay. And Ms. Nadeau, God bless her, she agreed for Jerome to stay there. Now, this was a few months before the murders. In 2004. And what did you find out from Ms. Nadeau? You found out that Jerome was a very polite person. Never caused any problems in the house. Obeyed the rules. And one of the things that Ms. Nadeau talked about, it was very striking, very important. Because we're talking about what should happen to this young man. That's what we're here about. That's what we've been here for the last 2 weeks about. Is what's going to happen to Mr. Hunter? And how is it going to happen? But the entirety, I submit to you, of the humanity of Mr. Hunter's situation, and him as a person, is encapsulated with Ms. Nadeau, because she talks about, and she teared up when she talked about it, that Jerome would frequently write poetry. And it was beautiful poetry. She described it as she thought it was poetry that was meant for a girl, maybe at the school, for somebody else. And she read it, said it was beautiful, and she wished she had kept a copy of it. But she did describe it. And of course that gives you a glimpse into Mr. Hunter among many, many other mitigators and contributions in his favor. That he writes poetry. That he's a creative person. But he's a polite person. He's a respected, able to respect his other people, the people that are Ms. Nadeau and Esau that are letting him have a place to stay. That's the type of person Jerome Hunter was, and I submit to you, is now. And not the person that was involved in this terrible crimes. And so that's what sentencing is about. What do we do with Mr. Hunter? But think about Ms. Nadeau's testimony and how impactful that was about Jerome as a person. Now, I do want to go over, I've got some pictures for you and some other stuff to talk about. So I've listed number one as, and I really do submit to you that among all the mitigation is the number one mitigator for Mr. Hunter, which is that he was barely 18 at the time this happened. He's just starting out in life. But more importantly, you had testimony from, and a lot of discussion about juvenile brain development, right? So we know from the testimony of Dr. Harper, and I submit to you from your own common sense, and for those of you who are parents, that kids that are, very young, they can't think through, their mind hasn't been developed enough to think through consequences and priorities and the logic or illogic of certain things, planning, those sort of things that, we do as adults, routinely do as adults. And that's because the brain, the frontal lobe of the brain, continues to grow as we get older. Dr. Harper testified, and I believe there was other testimony besides Dr. Harper, that the brain doesn't really fully develop until like age 25. And so you have that situation at a time. Compared to, and as we know now, Mr. Victorino, whose age was 27 at the time, much older person. So we've got a person that's just now being exposed to the world, and at age 18 ends up going to live with Mr. Victorino. From there, and this is shortly before the murders, now Mr. Hunter, drinking, he's doing cocaine, talked about the day of the incident that he had done 2 lines of cocaine that was left from another adult that was there in the house. And then they go over to the Telford house, they being the 4 gentlemen that were involved in the case. And so we argue to you in the next 2 mitigating circumstances that when you think about the totality of what was going on with Mr. Hunter in the Victorino home, right up until the murders and including during the murders, Mr. Victorino is talking about a plan to get inside the house. Mr. Victorino is holding a gun while in his possession that he previously obtained from Mr. Cannon. While he's talking about this, Mr. Victorino is about 300 pounds, according to Mr. Graham. At that time, Mr. Salas said that he was scared. Mr. Hunter was also concerned about himself. And then when they get to the house, Victorino kicks in the door. Victorino does surveillance on the house. Victorino tells them where to go inside the house. And so I would argue to you that there's substantial evidence of both extreme duress and domination of another person. Plus you have on top of that the sheer pressure of being with Mr. Victorino, being ordered what to do by Mr. Victorino, and going inside the house to follow through on everything. Plus he used coke that day, as qualifying as being under extreme mental or emotional disturbance, being under the influence of an extreme or emotional disturbance. And that would also flow into number 4 about that he was impaired and that his ability to appreciate the criminality of his conduct was impaired. I underline number 5 for the obvious, that Jerone Hunter had no significant criminal history prior to this case. And I brought that out with Dr. Harper. And she testified, and it's been not contested, that the only criminal involvement that Mr. Hunter had was he got into a fight with another kid at school at age 18, and he got community service as his punishment. So, at age 18, very insignificant contact with the criminal justice system, and certainly got his community service hours. Now, am I saying that the homicides, the murders are not serious? Of course they are. Of course they are. But you are allowed to consider this as mitigation because it's true. It's the only time he's ever had any brush with the law was a fight in school, which is not uncommon in today's school system or society. So number 6 is what I've already just told you, the existence of any other mitigation or background, anything you think of, anything I bring to your attention, anything else that you see you can consider. His brother was, Jeremy was premature and born on May 31st of 86, they both were. That Annette was physically abused by Alicia Sr., that Jeremy died at age 5 months. Now, we talk about Jerone having auditory hallucinations by talking to his brother, Jeremy, his dead brother. And we know from testimony from Dr. Herkoff as well as Dr. Harper that these discussions are not negative, they're not commands. Jeremy's not telling Jerome to hurt anybody or do anything to anybody or to hurt himself. But there's discussions he's having in his head. And these are established discussions. Nobody is claiming, nobody has claimed that his family members are lying about this. They've seen it happen. Just because one cousin hasn't seen, this talking, or Mr. Land, Aubrey Land, didn't see it, doesn't mean it didn't exist. It doesn't exist. But what do we do with that, right? So we have these auditory hallucinations, and Dr. Harper talks about them being a thought disorder and schizophrenia spectrum. Dr. Herkoff says, no, it couldn't be schizophrenia. He talks about these auditory, he struggled to even call them hallucinations or classify them as hallucinations. But no, it doesn't meet the criteria of schizophrenia. So let me put this to you, okay? And I wasn't joking when I asked Dr. Herkoff about this. He had his book with him that you rely on to make diagnosis of mental health disorders. And he told you, and true, that volume that he had, DSM-CR, has been revised several times. And so I asked him, well, isn't it at one point in time, homosexuality was considered to be a mental health disorder? And he said yes. And so we elicited from Dr. Harker that the criteria for mental health disorders changes over time. So there can be disagreements of diagnosis between two experts. And things are not always the same throughout the years. And I think Dr. Herkoff said it may even change in the next few years or get updated, this DSM book. So one of the things also too, I'm a little off track on my thought on this, is this whole thing about experts. It's really bugging me sitting here listening to the testimony about experts being paid. Okay, so in the insinuation that the experts for Mr. Hunter, I'm sure Ms. Samuels will make argument with regard to Victorino, but just the sheer insinuation that we called experts, whether it's Dr. McAllister or Dr. Harper or Aubrey Land, are experts, to testify a certain way, frankly, is insulting. Okay? Nobody is going to testify as a volunteer, I submit to you. And what's even more important to recognize is their experts got paid too. I can sit here and do the math for you and talk to you about the tens of thousands of dollars that they got paid. Now you can always, it's in the rules of being the jury instructions, that whether somebody is financially benefits as part of their testimony, that's all fair game for their talking about their credibility. But I submit to you that it's just not supportive of the evidence that these folks are going to come in here and skew their testimony in a certain way just to help out Mr. Hunter. Because the same argument about their experts too, when it comes to, remembering certain things or certain details. I know you had also, well, let me just finish this thought as well too. So you had, I'll talk about Dr. Herkov. Actually, let me get through these and then we'll get to that. Sorry, I just had to get that off my chest. We talked about Jerone's father. He's been in the Georgia State Medical Prison for child molestation. Just was recently released last year. He suffers from schizophrenia. He had testimony from about his brother, Alicia Jr., suffers from schizophrenia. He had testimony about mom and dad suffering from depression. She'd been put in a hospital and sent for treatment for depression. He had testimony, asked Dr. Herkov, of other family members that have had mental health problems of Jerone's family. And he did admit, Dr. Herkov did admit, there can be a correlation between mental health disorders, particularly schizophrenia, within the family. And so, brother and dad, schizophrenia. He's talking to his brother. So, I leave that for your consideration. It's unfortunate, certainly, about his dad both being in prison but having schizophrenia, because he was never around to help. Dad was never around to help Jerone anyway. You did have a connection between the being involved in the Pentecostal church and the beliefs about mental health treatment. And in Annette Washington's trial testimony, she was asked, why didn't you do any intervention for Jerone? And her testimony in the transcripts, well, they just didn't consider talking to a dead twin to be, unusual. But we have that with Jerone. We have that established fact that he has these auditory hallucinations. We also have the fact that in the church, the Pentecostal church, about the mental health treatment and their feelings about that, we have Dr. Herkov wanted to say, well, there's no record showing that he's ever been treated for a mental health problem. Well, we also brought up from Dr. Herkov that we're sorely lacking in this country of mental health treatment and counseling for our populace at large, particularly somebody in the poor community. And so the family didn't seek any treatment for Jerone. School certainly didn't intervene on that. sounded like from Dr. Herkov that there has to be some initiation by school staff in order to get a student to go to a school psychologist. That didn't happen. We have Jerone being in prison for the last 21 years. No records of mental health treatment while in prison. Well, then you have to assess whether or not the prison has adequately staffed for mental health issues at all. Dr. Herkov said that, well, he got assessed while he's in prison. Well, you don't know what that assessment is. You don't know if the staff pulled up any or talked to any family members or individuals or what was asked of Jerome. It just says there's no records of it. So the bottom line, and Dr. Herkov can admit this, is you can have mental health problems but not have any documentation for them. And it happens all the time in his practice. So I submit to you that there is mitigation as to Jerone's longstanding mental health problems. Now, are we saying that these murders happened, the burglary happened because Jerone talks to his dead brother? No, we haven't. We're trying to show to you as succinctly, as expansively as possible, as thoroughly as possible, that he's a human being and needs to be considered in terms of our sentencing, what your sentencing is to be, as a human being. And these are factors of his life that can't be ignored. Talked about the depression, suicide. The mother was suicidal, hospitalized as a result of her suicide. Now, that isn't going to get to the grain of all of a sudden Annette Washington stepping out and going against the grain of the church and getting mental health treatment. No, she was hospitalized. Remember, this was around the time that Dan Washington was on his coke habit and alcoholic, and she was having to deal with that. Her brother just died in an accident. So, talked about the brother not being treated. Mom did move around. Jerone and Alicia went to go live with Aunt Johnny and Jennings while his mother was attending to her addicted new husband in Sanford. Dan was strict in his punishment. The home was obviously a stressful situation. We did talk about extensively about Jerone and the school system. In some ways, it appears that Jerone had kind of a second life, if you will, in school, and it was through sports. That he showed a great interest in sports, that he was successful in wrestling, that he also was involved with football. We had Coach Todd DeNoyer, again, talking about the great humanity of Jerone Hunter as a person, how much he loved football, how easy it was for him to be coached, how active Jerone was in practice, how well the other team members got along with him. And then he talked about the game, where Pine Ridge played an opponent, and Jerone was so excited when he caught the winning pass on a halfback pass into the end zone. And Mr. DeNoyer talked about that he was a teacher of AV audiovisual in school. Jerone was one of his students. Jerone was a perfect student. Mr. DeNoyer said he wished that he had more students like him. Very respectful. Did his projects, was creative and artistic in doing his videos, and really enjoyed Jerone in his classroom. And then also, too, Mr. DeNoyer was a pastor of a youth group for a church that was right across from Pine Ridge, and that Jerone would attend that, and he was active in that, and all the other, I believe there were other team members that joined in that. And Jerome was very active in that and really enjoyed Jerome in that activity. So there's another good, on top of Ms. Naidoo's testimony, there's certainly very reliable information about, that's uncontested, about the character of Mr. Hunter at age 18 before, in the months and the time leading up to this tragic case. Talked about he and Alicia being close. Mr. Pools. These, by the way, will be in your jury instructions and be written, read to you tomorrow before you go deliberate. Number 40, that the church keeps their business private. I think that's an important one, particularly with regard to Annette's beatings. It wasn't, she didn't seek help from the police, certainly not that she's to blame for that, but that, Dr. McAllister talked about submitting to your husband. Certainly nobody should be submitted to repeated beatings, especially, well, at any time, and on top of that, Annette has 2 young boys she's trying to take care of. So certainly that is something important. Dr. McAllister talked about how mental health problems can be attributed in the Pentecostal church to the devil or bad spirits. Talk about developmental brain. We did talk about homelessness. Jerome leaves the house. He has no stable residence. It's listed in there, as I mentioned, Michael Salas, saying that, Troy, if you're not with us, you are like them, and this was perceived as an implicit threat. He'd used cocaine before, and I really, really hope that you remember Ms. Naidoo's testimony about Jerome, the good person he is and was when she experienced him. I did want to, and I'll get to the slide in just a few minutes, and we showed you some artwork that he did. I'll show that to you in a minute. But he is an artistic person that's well established. He does have family that's very supportive of him. You heard testimony from 3 of his aunts, Sarah Brandon, Priscilla Hunter, and Aunt Talitha, about the closeness of the family. You found out, more importantly, I think it was highlighted with Aunt Talitha when she testified, that about Jerome's faith and belief in God. She testified that about a year or so ago that she got back in contact with Jerome, and they've been talking on the phone and catching up with one another, and they'll talk about things, and cousins get on the phone, and so there's a lot of good, positive connections there that both sides seem interested in having a continuous relationship with. Most importantly, out of what Aunt Talitha talked about, is that they pray a lot. And so hopefully what that would signify to you is that Jerome experiences with the church have stayed with him. That he believes in God, believes in the power of prayer, and that's a good thing. We had testimony from Aubrey Land about Jerome, 21 years in the prison system, being locked up. And during those 21 years, Jerome has had no DRs, disciplinary reports. He's been a model prisoner. I think Aubrey Land said that he'd only heard indirectly of one other person, one other inmate that's had a clean record for that length of time. But this man has shown his rehabilitate himself. Because he's gone from being a teenager to a man, got the gray hair. And he's grown up. His brain's certainly grown up. And he's understood the importance of obeying the rules. Not sneaking in contraband, not running in a guard, not trying to escape, not trying to make his bed, whatever the situation. He's done everything he's required under the Department of Corrections system to do. My argument actually would flow that in his own way over the last 21 years, that's a sign also of remorse. That the only thing Jerone Hunter can do before he dies in prison is to behave himself. Now, you've had testimony that in the prison system, the prisons are replete with violence, other issues, other inmates get DRs. In testimony, the average is like 1 to 10 DRs, a month, a year, but anyway, that the average is that other inmates get into trouble. He has not. So he's done all he could do under a high security situation to try to redeem himself. Now, Aubrey Lane also talked to you about that. He's interviewed Mr. Hunter. Mr. Hunter would like to do something with his life, what's left of his life before he dies, within the prison system. He wants to be able to, would like to be able to repair small engines. He would like to, mentor other inmates. He wants to be productive. And with a life sentence without the possibility of parole, that can happen within the prison system. Again, he's never going outside. He's going to die in prison. That is a certainty with a life sentence. Actually, with a death sentence too. So, but he's demonstrated his ability to abide by the rules, respect authority, and behave himself. And that's worth something. For a kid that goes into the, if you can think about this, the kid that goes into prison system for the first time, he's arrested in August of 2004, and then ultimately goes on to prison. He's he's basically a kid at that time. And you would think that having never been to prison before, just being 18 or 19 or whatever, that he'd act out. It'd be natural for a kid his age to act out. To want to punch somebody, to want to try to mess up things, to be disrespectful or not just give a damn about anything. But he showed respect, shown discipline, and wants to continue that in a productive way. So that's what we talk about when he is capable of being, and already has shown that he's really rehabilitated himself. He has shown remorse. He talked to Dr. Harper about how awful he feels about what happened, how it happened. He has to live with that every single day. The memories of what happened inside that house to the day he dies. So let me go through a few things that Ms. Pagonis mentioned. Well, I don't want to go over the cases in exact detail. I do want to highlight some things, again, for your thoughts when you go into the jury room, because I can't talk to you nobody can talk to you when you go to the jury room. So I did want to mention to you John McDonald, the first officer that shows up, deals with Brandon Sheets and Amanda Francis there at the house. At no time is Mr. Hunter ever mentioned by those two individuals as being at the house or missing any or being involved with anything to do with the house. Later on, when there's contact at the house by Mr. Victorino with Kimberly Reese, there's no mention of Mr. Hunter. There's no contact with Mr. Hunter. There's no mention of Mr. Hunter's stuff. Either missing or that that is being demanded of them to return Mr. Hunter's clothes. Certainly discussion about Mr. Victorino's stuff. I do want to mention too about Brandon Graham, and I'll put this in the same kind of category. You have Brandon Graham, you have Michael Salas, and you have Mr. Cannon, and they're all friends with each other. Graham had mentioned that. Salas had mentioned that. So we know they're all friends, that we know that they're all tight. We also know, and Mr. Grodas had mentioned it in passing in her closing argument, that there was no deal for Mr. Graham. Well, you have to also remember that Mr. Graham was never charged with a crime. If his testimony is to be believed about this agreement and what happened, and in fact there was an agreement to go inside the house, to break inside the house with bats, commit an armed burglary, and according to the state's case that Mr. Victorino said, leave no survivors, we're going to kill everybody, no evidence left behind. If that's the case, then that means Mr. Graham knew that Victorino was going to make sure that everybody was killed. Did Mr. Graham get charged with any kind of crime, conspiracy to commit murder, or armed burglary? No, that was never brought up. So there's no deal. The state just didn't do anything to him. You have Mr. Salas, I do want to mention, as far as the dealings, the events that he said occurred with Michelle Nathan, that are contradicted by their own medical examiner, Dr. Fulcher. Salas would have you believe in his transcripts that were read that Mr. Hunter stabbed Miss Nathan, and as she was screaming for her life, "Don't kill me." And I recognize that it's hard to hear. But that could not have happened according to Dr. Fulcher, who testified that, number one, the cuts on Miss Nathan were called postmortem cuts, which means they occurred after she died. The fatal wounds to Miss Nathan were from blunt force trauma from the bat, which would have rendered her unconscious once she was hit in the head, and would have been, specifically I asked him that, would have been unable to talk when she was rendered unconscious. So what Salas says in his testimony could not have happened. And so there's no issue about these men being guilty of their crimes. There is an issue, I submit to you, about who did what and when and how. And that's for your consideration, again, because we're talking about sentencing. And I leave you also, with regard to Mr. Graham, who's saying he's telling the truth. It's up for you to decide whether he is telling the truth or did tell the truth in this case. I'm not going to get into the DNA stuff. I mean, except that you know from the testimony that you can have transfer of DNA, of blood, once you touch something, once you rub something. So, and there were instances, you I'm sure have it in your notes, where Ms. Moran couldn't say specifically that it was Hunter DNA on the Nike shoes. And Ms. Clements was there to talk about mitochondrial DNA, which doesn't identify a specific person. But you guys can talk about that. I did want to make sure that, excuse me, I'm just trying to be thorough before I sit down. I don't want to ignore Kanoa Smith. She testified. She's a cousin of Jerone, was raised in the same church. She always talked about Jerone being neat and well-behaved, disciplined. His parents were strict. Ms. Smith is the one that testified by Zoom. And so I want to make sure that that's covered as well. Let me go further in the... So mitigators do not have to be, only have to be proven by a greater weight of the evidence, different than aggravators, which have to be proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Certainly, we can see that Mr. Hunter was convicted of one of the aggravators, the armed burglary. Certainly, he was convicted of the other homicides. But with aggravators, they have to be proven to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt. We do want to mention, what was proven for Mr. Hunter's state of mind when he went over there to the Telford house. If somebody frustrated, having used cocaine with somebody that's older and bigger than him, in terms of whether he qualifies, his actions qualify as heightened premeditation, or whether he was there to get his belongings. Remember too, just as a side note, it wasn't just Jerone Hunter and Victorino that closed it, witnessed him from the Providence house. It was also Nicole Kogan that closed missing as well. Again, mitigators can be limitless. Hopefully, maybe you guys see something, talk about it that is beyond. Here's Jerone and Jeremy, age 5, born prematurely. His death certificate, Jeremy's death certificate. And that is Mom, Jerone and Alicia, Jr. Mom and 2 young brothers. Jerone when he was a child. Talks about more of the close connection Jerone has with his nieces, nephews, his grandfather Seth Bowles. This is a reminder of that Jerone's had no disciplinary actions in prison. I could show you these individually, but I thought I'd have them on one screen for you. These are Jerone's drawings to show that he is artistic. And if you'll notice that he's identified certain people, mi padre, to be Dan Washington on the right, his brother up at the top right. Looks like he's been graded at some point. He's given a score at the bottom. We have many fine sketches. There we go. A couple more drawings. And again, these are, it's in evidence, so you'll be able to review this in the jury room. You go back there and take as much time as you need. Before and after picture of Mr. Hunter. Age 18, 21 years later. So I want to talk about the weighing process. So a great deal of time has been talked about by the state about, the aggravators far outweigh the mitigators. In this case, well, that's their position, but that does not mean that has to be your position. Certainly, you can should consider anything that's been put before you in terms of physical evidence, testimonial evidence, anything you've seen and heard. But I can't emphasize enough, because this is the law, that even when you get to, and you're going to be given a jury, a verdict form rather, that will allow you to So, after you go through the aggravators, then you, in your jury form, again, you'll get the list here of mitigation. But at the very end, first of all, if you find an aggravator exists unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt, what that does is that makes Mr. Hunter's situation, he is considered to be death eligible. The death penalty becomes part of the consideration. If there were no aggravators that were proven to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt, none at all, death would not be a possibility. So if you find that there's at least one aggravating circumstance, then the death penalty can be considered. But it's not automatic, it's not mandatory, and once you go through the process of considering the mitigation, which there's a multitude of things in Mr. Hunter's case that are good and positive, and he's a good and positive person now and for the future. But once you go through that process and consider that, then you're ultimately given at the bottom of the verdict form for each decedent for Mr. Hunter. The very first place that you can check off is, we the jury find Jerone Hunter should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. And that is at the very top. And what I also want to emphasize, I think we just barely touched on it during jury selection, for your vote, your ultimate vote on life without this possibility of parole or the death penalty is yours and yours alone. Each one of you, each 12 of you that go into the jury, you have the opportunity yourself, your individual self, you are to be your own island as to what the appropriate sentence should be. Certainly you can talk about it amongst yourself, you control the discussion, you control what your decision is going to be, whatever it is. And once you've made that decision, based on the evidence in the case, you can stick to that, whatever that decision is. So your situation is unique, that you need unanimous verdicts on the aggravators, but ultimately you can decide what the sentence should be after the weighing process has occurred. For our sentencing, when we're considering deciding life without the possibility of parole, we need 5 votes from you folks. 5 votes, at least 5 votes. It could be 12, it could be 6, it could be 10. I need at least 5 to make this a life sentence on your vote. And so this comes to the important part about you making your own decision, respecting the decisions of others. So I want to, and you decide how long it will take for you to render your decisions. I want to talk to, this will be the last part, to talk to you about these 2 sentences. A life sentence without the possibility of parole is a lawful sentence. I may be over talking the point, but we did raise that in jury selection. Sometimes we talk about giving a lawful sentence. It hopefully is not in your mind that the only lawful sentence is a death sentence. It is not. The law requires only one of two possibilities, and life without the possibility of parole is a lawful sentence. So you need not feel like you're imposing somehow an unlawful sentence or lesser sentence that shouldn't be considered. It has to be considered. It has to be considered. And all of you said when you took the oath that you would give a meaningful consideration to life without the possibility of parole in your deliberations, in your own internal thinking. The second part, that sometimes I feel sometimes like might get overlooked, is a life sentence without the possibility of parole as punishment. Is it a sufficient punishment for his involvement, Jerone's involvement in this case? I submit to you it more than is sufficient punishment. So you know he's going to die in prison. Let me put it this way. All right, it's 3:45 right now, 4:00. I know you have glasses on. For the last 21 years, 3:45 has looked the same to Jerone Hunter. Every day in prison. Every day. Whether it's having to report for child, make his bed, go somewhere inside the prison system, whoever is required of him, stay in a cell. That 3:45 has been the same for 21 years. With a life without the possibility of parole, that 3:45 is going to look the same to him every day of his remaining life until his heart stops. He's put in a coffin and carried out of the prison system. That's what's in store for Mr. Hunter with a life without the possibility of parole sentence. Now, we can do something hopefully productive with that in the sense that Mr. Hunter, who has obeyed the rules and imprisoned and respected the prison system, he can do stuff that's constructive in the prison system. He's much older now. He can mentor younger inmates that come in that may be problematic and oftentimes are. He can do stuff with his hands within the prison system, get paid a little bit of money while he's in there. He can fill the day with something that means not just sitting in a cell and waiting to die. That's what we could do for him with a life without the possibility of parole sentence. You know that you've already had testimony about violence exists in the prison system. Certainly no place anybody should be, but he's going to be there till he dies. So yes, if you already weren't thinking of this, life without the possibility of parole is punishment, permanent punishment. And that's in your verdict form. The last thing I want to talk about, mercy. You heard that word, mercy. I submit to you that the lawful mandated in jury instructions that you would never be required, mandated, forced, or told to impose a death sentence for Mr. Hunter is mercy. You decide what we do with Mr. Hunter and whether it can mean something. Mr. Hunter has demonstrated himself worthy of a life sentence, he will have to think about what he's done till the day he dies, every day, all day. That will never go away. So I ask you tomorrow, get your jury instruction, go over the evidence together, think about, and impose a life without the possibility of full sentence for Mr. Hunter for the 4 counts that need to be sentenced. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Be back at 4 o'clock. right, everyone please be seated. Ms. Sammons, you are up.
May it please the court,
Yes, ma'am.
counsel. Hello, everyone. It's 4 o'clock. I'm the last to speak. This is really exhausting. I can't imagine how exhausted you all are. I'm sure you know how exhausted we all are. It's hard to go last. You know, sometimes I think it's great to be the last one to speak, but in this case, I feel nothing but the immense burden of my job. Because I have to stand in front of all of you, and I have to beg for Mr. Victorino's life. That's what today will be. These are my final arguments. And I know that I'm going to sit down and I'm going to have forgotten so many of the things that I feel are so important. So many of the things that we worked so hard to bring out. So I just ask that you remember the things that we've said, and I ask that you read the jury instructions, because I don't want to talk to you for 2 hours. I don't think I can talk to you for 2 hours. I need to get to the point, and I need you all to feel that and hear that. So please, bear with me. This is it. It's so strange being in this courtroom for something like this, where we have 2 men sitting at a table asking for their lives, and of course the state asking for their deaths. There's nothing normal about this process. It's counterintuitive to think that we're capable of these decisions. You were all carefully chosen for many different reasons by every lawyer here because we feel you're capable of this. Please keep that in mind when you're back there, that all of us trusted you with this. I don't think there's anything bigger than life or death. And I need you to understand that if you come to a verdict of death, that is absolutely going to be given great weight by this court. Absolutely, that is something that you would have to consider for the rest of your lives. So once again, I'm not trying to scare anyone. What I'm trying to do is pull us back into what we're here for. This has been a very long 3 weeks, and we're going to go over a lot of what we've heard. Number one, Troy Victorino, sitting behind me, is 48 years old. These horrible crimes were committed over 20 years ago. He was 27. Now, we've had a lot of talk about how everybody else was so much younger, although I think that the ages of most of the people involved, including some of the victims in this case, are very similar to Troy in many ways. But what we did know is that Troy has been institutionalized most of his life. And you've heard about how that has kind of stunted his maturity. So one of the big things that we've heard is that he is this monster. He is this forcer, the person who's manipulative. That's what she said. Think about those things as you think about all the evidence and how it's actually come across and what you actually know about Troy Victorino. Because time has changed Troy. But unfortunately, no matter how much he can change, it doesn't change what occurred on August 5th, 2004 and August 6th. My co-counsel made it very clear, and I'm not going to do any different. We came in here and we said that we will never present justification or an excuse or any defense to what happened. These men have been convicted. All of them. All 4 of them. Although you only see 2 here. They've all been convicted of their acts. First-degree premeditated murder. We're never going to be able to justify it. We can't make sense of the senseless. But the whole process and what we're actually doing here is trying to let you know who he is. Why, maybe even a little bit. Just any reason or possibility for you to consider why this could have occurred, how he put himself in this situation, the choices that he made, and also the choices he's made for the past 20 years, who he is now. Because make no mistake that the person who will be executed is not the Troy from 2004. That person is dead. That is the person that we hope you've come to know. Each and every one of you are tasked with making an individual moral assessment. That's been something that has been basically pounded into you since jury selection. Each of you, individually, has to decide the appropriate punishment in this case. And I think it needs to be reiterated just because we have two men sitting at a table together and the state has presented their cases, attempted to be separate, but somewhat together, especially in closing argument. So I really want to make sure that we're clear that the verdict forms you're going to receive for Mr. Victorino are for Aaron Belanger, Francisco Roman, Jonathan Gleason, and Roberto Gonzalez. While there are 6 convictions in this case, those are the only people you consider. You do not consider Michelle Nathan, and you do not consider Anthony Vega. Now, I don't want to talk about the aggravating factors in great detail. I want to talk about things that stand out about them. Aggravating factors are in many different categories, and of course, we'll talk a little bit about the ones that I call automatic, that you've been provided today, but we'll talk about in a minute. They have to be proven beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt, but that's not the only factor that you give. Even if you find that they've been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you still have to give them weight. So, when we're talking about aggravating factors, like especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, the definition alone sparks anger, it sparks just disgust. Those photographs, that video, I'm not going to sit up here and try to look you in the eye and tell you that that was easy to look at and that's not a big deal. I'm not going to do that. But I'm a criminal defense lawyer, right? We all are lawyers. We do these things. I can't imagine what it was like for you all to see those things. We see those things. And so when we analyze them and we look at them and we question the evidence that's been presented about them, I want you to understand that I'm not being callous, and I'm not saying that these people in any way deserved what you saw. But I did those things for a reason. That's why I got up and questioned the medical examiner. That's why Mr. Wood got up and questioned the medical examiner. Because there's things that are important to consider. There's things that you must consider, however uncomfortable. This crime scene was awful. But these victims were rendered unconscious very quickly. Their deaths, however tragic, were quick. Their pain, while significant, was momentous. This is evidenced by the fact that not a single one had aspirated blood in their lungs. I asked that of the medical examiner for a reason. They were not breathing when their brains were bleeding. The perimortem and postmortem injuries that we heard about, there was so much about that. And the reality of the situation is that the doctor said it was an incredibly close call. All of these wounds that were whoever the state proved did those things. I'd argue that Troy Victorino's name wasn't even really in the mix. But what does it matter for this aggravator? Because they were dead. They were unconscious. They were not feeling this pain. And once again, how bizarre it is that I have to argue this to you. But that is absolutely the truth. And when you are thinking of impending death, they have to be conscious. When you're thinking of whether they are being tortured, you have to think not only of the state of mind of the defendant, but also of whether or not the victim is conscious. So yes, this was bloody. Head wounds are. They were fatal, all of them. They were catastrophic, all of them. They all died in a similar manner. And there were 4 people being spread across a house. This was a frenzied and incredibly quick murder that they have all been convicted of. So I'm not going to continue to talk about that, but I really just want you to consider those things because there was a reason why we discussed them. You know, it's not my job to assign blame to anyone. That's the state's burden. They've all been convicted once again. However, in order to support execution, a person shouldn't ever be subjected to that unless they clearly are the one who killed the person. clearly are. I want to talk about Gonzalez just for a second. Mr. Gonzalez's DNA, because the state made a point of that in their closing, and I don't want to forget to discuss what that evidence actually can mean and what kind of weight or gravity it actually has. Because Mr. Gonzalez's non-excludable DNA was commingled with the DNA on a bat that had Ms. Belanger's blood and Mr. Roman's blood, both of which have been admitted killings of Mr. Victorino, then that must mean he's somehow involved. That's the leap of what they would expect you to do with that evidence. What they failed to mention, which was brought out by Mr. Probisco, my co-counsel, was that these bats were all in the same bloody crime scene. These bats were all thrown in the same trunk of the same expedition. These bats were all wiped down by the same rag. You didn't hear anything else about Mr. Victorino being involved with the death of Mr. Gonzalez. Not from any of his co-defendants in their phantom testimony from years ago. You didn't hear anything about that. The only thing they got was that DNA. Just remember that. So, going into cold, calculated, and premeditated, once again, this is a factor that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to prove all three of those factors, unlike especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. It has to be cold, calculated, and premeditated. All three. They've already been convicted of premeditated murder, right? We discussed a great deal in jury selection, I think Mr. Urbanik did, about what premeditation is. And would you be surprised to know that it only takes a momentary reflection? A reflection of, I'm going to kill someone and I'm going to do it. So, obviously, this is much more heightened premeditation. It would require that the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. Calm and cool reflection. Not driven by anger, not driven by hatred, not driven by revenge. A cold and calculated reflection. You'll get definitions of all this. Apply it the way you see it fit, as the law will instruct you. So, before we get into the plan that Brain and Graham set forth to you, I want to talk a little bit about the factors that led up to this that the state presented. Once again, they indicate that they show kind of a process, a mindset of who? Mr. Victorino. Always Mr. Victorino. What his mindset is, what was going on with him, what is his intention. Well, he got out of jail, and he came back to a house of which he had a key that he was given permission in by Aaron Belanger's cousin, Joshua Spencer, and his stuff was gone. What did he do? He didn't get a posse together. Not then. What did he do? He called the police. He called the police. He called the police, asked for help. It was pretty clear that that was not going to happen. I think that you can make your own determination about the deputy's testimony. But he said he got all angry and said, I'll take care of this myself. If Troy Victorino told an officer, I'll take care of this myself, and you did nothing, is that really something that's credible? Come on. He wasn't angry. He was annoyed that he wasn't being helped. Does this have anything to do with, or justification for what happened? No. But it was put out there, so let's discuss it. What's the second thing that happens? He goes to see Aaron Belanger. That's where he goes. He goes and talks to her. Everybody's watching. Everybody had just been trying on the clothes that were taken from the house. Flacco had just been playing a game system that was taken. Everybody knows that there's stuff in the house. His things. He's getting angry, but yet no one intervenes. There's like 6 people there. Rely on your own memory. And not a single person intervenes despite him getting angry and him getting more forceful. Everyone says, Aaron's fine. Did that really happen? Or did they just want you to believe that he's increasingly getting angrier and angrier and angrier? Because why wouldn't they just give him the stuff back? Where was it? What was it? Why wasn't it just given back? It's right there. But that didn't happen, and once again, not a reason, but you really should think about these things. So then what happened? We get the kids together, right? All those group of girls who went over there on August 1st. Remember that was August 1st? He doesn't get out of the car. They all have different weapons. That's when we hear about this Abby G person that clearly has some sort of problem with Michael Salas. Remember the testimony we heard from Michael Salas about how they're both wearing brass knuckles and how he was going to defend himself. The girl slashed tires, how Jerone Hunter also apparently had a problem with this Abby G and Abby M, whoever these people are. But they all have problems. You know, they're all people who are fighting with each other. They all have issues. They get one of Troy's CD cases we retrieved from there. Okay. They leave. Days go by. Nothing else. And then they get together to go to Manny Rodriguez Park. So what I think is interesting and what's funny is that it's very clear that Salas really wanted to get Troy Victorino involved. And Brandon Graham had to be reminded of that. But Salas is the one who was calling Troy Victorino. Troy Victorino has nothing to do with these idiots in the park, at the Abbeys or anybody else. He's not there. He's not getting a gun and getting bats together and gonna go fight like it's West Side Story or some stupidness. He's not there. They call him. Why? Why? Because they want the Hulk, right? They have to have him. He's bigger. They want somebody to fight their battles for them. So they enlist him in there. And then everything went terribly wrong. They had to follow. The Abbeys are screaming out the window. They clearly know where Troy lives. They follow them. Troy's alleged to have shot a gun. Why this matters for what we're sitting here for, I have no idea. Except to just make him look horrible. Not even his gun, by the way. Anthony Cannon's gun. Not his bats, by the way. All of those were cannons. They were already in the car. There was no purchasing of bats. Just remember these things. So he is alleged to have shot a gun. And then they go and drop Troy off at home. Troy keeps the gun for protection. And then the next day is when the plan happens, right? The next day is when Brandon Graham and everybody go back to retrieve this firearm. A firearm that only has one bullet in it, apparently, at this point. And that's when Brandon Graham testifies that there was this intricate plan, which is the basis for this whole aggravating factor, right? Which is, we're going to do this just like this movie, which, by the way, Salas and Hunter both denied ever hearing anything about. We're going to go in there and we're going to kill everyone, which, by the way, Salas and Hunter also denied anything about, or any sort of plan at all to kill anyone. It's interesting, though, because the state wants you to not consider that because that's not credible evidence at all. But yet they're using statements about the murders themselves from these rats on a sinking ship, co-defendants, to support their other aggravating factors. So it's just interesting how we have to pick and choose who said what. Brandon Graham, who's not charged with a crime, Brandon Graham, who's never arrested for a crime, never called the police because he didn't really think it was serious. He's ironing his shirt during this discussion. There's this whole layout of a house, of where this happened, but there's absolutely no evidence that Troy Victorino ever went inside that house prior to the murder, except for when he met with Aaron Melanger, which was not inside the house. How is he familiar with this layout? There's an absence of this evidence, which undermines the credibility of these statements. There's nothing written down. And also, it's interesting that there is this plan when they never even followed it. He talks about there being, in this Wonderland movie, rods, and that they're going to go beat everyone. You know, you can rely on whatever Brandon Graham said. The exact statements were, is everybody in? Of course, Salas, and I don't remember if Hunter said it, but you can rely on your own recollection. They're saying that Troy is just hulking over them, you know, just by his virtue of his existence. You in? You in? They felt forced. They felt threatened. Because that had to be forced or threatened, right? Like, they can't have free will. Even though Brandon Graham didn't say anything about that, he said he's just sitting there the entire time. So once again, major inconsistencies with what we have to figure out actually happened here. But instead of actually using just the bats that were in the car, they went around looking for bullets. If this was such an intricate plan, why are they looking for bullets? Why are they going to 3 different houses looking for bullets? Why are they going and trying to steal a car and then actually setting off a horn? These bunch of idiots running around town trying to figure out what they're doing. Cold, calculated, premeditated. You really need to think about all these little things, because this is a weighty aggravator. And it's not. We talked about the intimidation, about the forcing and threatening of Troy Victorino, but yet Brandon Graham was able to go to his friend's house. He saw them the next day. There was never any threats. There was never any, did you tell anyone? There was never anything. He never said, I will hurt your family. Everyone's just assuming these threats because it needs to be that they're all under duress while committing these crimes, right? Because once again, none of them have their own free will. You have to remember that all of these co-defendants needed to make him the monster in order to distract from the fact that they actually have blood on their hands for the killing of 6 people. The testimony you heard was from 2006. Once again, fighting for their lives. What could be more self-serving than that? What could be more self-serving than saying, I just hit someone in the arm? When they arrived at that home, I think everybody kind of described it in different ways, but I think overall you can make your own assessment. Our position is it was very frenzied, it was very fast, and it was violent. Our client went, Mr. Victorino went into that room where Aaron Belanger and where Francisco Roman were. Their actions and their premeditation was formed then and there. They killed everyone, and they were convicted of that already. There was no real plan. Again, look at the disposal of evidence. Troy Victorino still had blood on his shoes, which, by the way, we're not disputing. He's the one who kicked in the door. You were presented a lot of evidence, I think, to prove what role Troy Victorino had, but it's not in dispute. He kicked in the door. He's admitted that. He has blood on his shoes, the blood of Aaron Belanger and Francisco Roman. He's admitted that to you. The other blood is on the back of his shoe, and I think is very clearly transfer DNA, as was, brought out by my co-counsel with the DNA experts. This is a bloody crime scene. He was walking all over it, as evidenced by the footprints. Once again, consistent with what he said. He's looking for drugs. He's flipping mattresses. He's looking in cabinets. The scene photos show that. He's looking for something. And he's indicated to you that he was looking for drugs. He was looking for his stuff, and he was looking for drugs because he expected it to be there. Let's talk about the disposal of evidence again. Didn't clean his shoes off. The bats were all just kind of haphazardly wiped down and thrown into a pond. They were wiped down so poorly, there's still DNA evidence on them. Now, we can't tell who held which one. There's no evidence of this. But, once again, nothing about this screams intricate, premeditated, cold plan. It was a mess. Witness elimination. All of this kind of flows into one another. These aggravators, they use kind of the same testimony showing that everybody was murdered and that was the intention, so that would be witness elimination. So once again, that one kind of flows from the same arguments that I've already provided. I want to talk about the prior violent felonies. Troy has a prior aggravated battery. We heard from Michael Stern. He was kind of a character. This happened a long time ago. You didn't hear from the victim. You didn't see a photograph. You've heard Troy's version of events through the doctors, that he was hit first and then lost it on this guy. This was drug related once again. We're not trying to say that he was a Boy Scout. I'm not getting up here and telling you that. He dealt in drugs. He was using drugs all of this was going on for pretty much every moment that he was not in jail, which is where he belongs and where he belonged. Once again, I'm not going to say he's a Boy Scout. I'm trying to show you who he is, Dan, and what he has done and what has happened. You can assign as much weight as you want to that one, but by virtue of him being convicted, it applies. Same thing with the contemporaneous capital felonies. By virtue of him being convicted by another jury and them just considering all the facts, that applies. These automatic aggravators should not be given as much weight as the others that are specifically relying upon facts and circumstances. And I would ask for you to consider that. Troy was on probation. That's another one. And once again, Troy's on probation. He's violating probation left and right. He's not a good candidate for probation. He's never going to be on probation. He's going to die where he is. The facts of this case are really hard when you have to deal with the ghosts of defendants past, when you have to kind of deal with these individuals being read on paper from a time period that's gone, a lot has gone on since. You know, the state's recitation of the evil statements that were made by both Troy Victorino and Jerone Hunter are based solely on biased and uncorroborated co-defendant testimony. Characterizations of Hunter's knife, Victorino's bat, similarly come from unreliable and rebuffed co-defendant testimony. Troy Victorino was never in the house prior to the murder, and Salas didn't just hit anybody in the arm. You cannot execute a person based upon aggravating factors established by co-defendant testimony of this nature. Overall, I think the point of everything I'm saying right now, for whatever it's worth, is that if you don't really know what happened in that house and you don't know whose blood is on whose hands, then that alone can be a reason for life. That alone. You're told that you have to be very careful, and you're going to be instructed on this, about statements of those who insisted in the crime. And the reason why is because it's pretty obvious, I think, that they're motivated to shift their blame and shift things all around. But I think, once again, I think you were instructed on this multiple times, all four of them are guilty. They made their choices. They're not forced. But we're sitting here with two of them, begging for you to consider mercy for them. Mitigating factors. So we're here at this part, right? We've gone over the weighing process. Mr. Wood did a great job of just kind of talking about what those mean and what the existence of those provides. But once again, anything can be mitigating, even facts of the crimes themselves, as we talked about. I'll never be able to explain to you what happened. I'll never be able to explain to you why this happened. But 20 years have gone by, and Troy lied in 2006. But today, and throughout this process, he's taken responsibility. I want you to understand that he didn't have to do this. He didn't have to say anything at all. But he's shamed. It's been a long time. The state's argued that a lot of our presentation was self-serving. How is it self-serving to admit to killing two people? How is he served by admitting that he was going to steal drugs? How is that serving anything except for him on a platter for you? The state has argued he's lying about his hazy, confused, and dissociated memories. I suppose that it would serve him better if he just would have said that he went in the house and hit people with bats in their arms and in their legs. Sound familiar once again? The state has made an issue about how he didn't tell Dr. Danziger he was on cocaine around the time of the offense in 2006. I think we need to talk about that because in 2006 he denied involvement. Why would it matter if he's on cocaine? When he's saying he's not there, it sure matters now because he was. And frankly, Jerone Hunter's testimony that came out supports that. They were doing lines. He was on cocaine for a long period of time before this. They were drinking. This does matter. And Dr. Danziger has represented him for a long time. He has seen him, seen his growth, and it's important because he believes what he's saying. I want to talk about the drugs and alcohol. Dr. Buffington came in and he discussed, and I think it's common sense, right? Cocaine and alcohol, they mix together. You're doing a lot of it, you know? And they kind of make this new drug that is very clear and unrebutted, causes impulse control, violence, all of those things, which are consistent with the way that these two both behaved. All of this was a perfect storm for him. He was desperate, as you heard from Dr. Campbell and from Dr. Danziger. His state of mind right at that time that all this was going on was really disturbed. He knew he was going back to prison. He'd already violated his probation. He's doing drugs. He doesn't have anywhere to live. And he can't find any of his stuff. He's getting increasingly more erratic and more unstable. And this is when this all happens. I want to talk about Dr. Campbell because, whew, did they go after him, huh? They really did. He gave a real sloppy deposition. Somebody who is pretty much majority of his practice, a clinician who treats adults who are abused as children. He gave a real sloppy deposition. My God, he's not a lawyer, is he? And we're not going to make any excuses for that. But listen to what he said. Have they been able to rebut any of that happening? You know, it's a tricky thing when you have notes that he was taking at the time he was interviewing and then parsing what he said in a deposition. It's a little disingenuous because his notes said what he testified to. Remember that. They can't erase, okay? The state cannot erase the fact that Troy was abused. Records are tricky things. Normal 9-year-olds are not institutionalized for 6 weeks. That doesn't happen normally. It's not just, oh, well. Read the records. He sleeps with a baseball bat beside him to ward off predators. He's increasingly paranoid. He's clutching his belongings. Sounds like PTSD to me. Hypervigilant, abused, and institutionalized. These are the records from the New York DCF. Troy came to school this week with bruises on his face and neck. The teacher contacted the mother, and the mother told the teacher that this is the way they discipline Troy. The teacher informed the mother that Troy was having difficulty in school, and the school recommended psychological testing. The mother refused such testing. The mother wrote to the school indicating she felt that discipline is deserved and done out of love. The mother indicated her mode of discipline is the only effective one. She told the teacher his father hit him with a belt. You know, I'm not putting Sharon Victorino on trial. I think she's a lovely woman. Actually, I think that she really kind of told you who she is and what she's from. She was being abused herself. She was terrified of this man. What did she say? Cruel. He was so cruel to her. He was cruel to Troy, too. You can't erase records. They exist. They can't erase that when he was hospitalized, he was administered barbiturates and Benadryl in large amounts. They can't erase the fact that that could have damage on him. These are not things we give children anymore. You heard Dr. Buffington say what kind of effect these can have. It's hard to ever imagine the kind of long-term effects we have when we're doing our best and we're trying with our children. But in this case, things didn't go well for him. His foundation was cracking. And unlike so many people, he just didn't have the resiliency to get over this. He kept choosing the wrong way to fix it. He kept being kind of pushed into different programs, and then eventually, as he started getting into delinquency and drugs and alcohol, it spiraled and was over. Let's just be honest. He was damaged beyond repair by the time he went to an adult prison when he was 16. Can't come back from that. If you find that there's any compelling evidence that Troy's trajectory was in any way influenced by factors outside of his control, that alone is a reason for him not to be executed. PTSD. I didn't hear anything saying that he didn't have it. He's exhibited all the symptoms. Dr. Danziger is a medical doctor. He's the only one that testified. I didn't hear anything about him being a defense bought and paid for hired gun. He testifies for both sides. Once again, an inconvenient fact, right? He was diagnosed. Why didn't he diagnose him in 2006? Because he was denying being there. His state of mind at the time of the offense was not relevant. He wasn't there, according to him. Big lie.
Yeah, he did.
But at the time of this offense, he was under the influence of an extreme mental and emotional disturbance. And Dr. Danziger was very, very clear about this. Remember his testimony. I think it was the clearest. I want to talk about the state's rebuttal, doctor, real quick, because we're talking about PTSD. Dr. Demery was paid, depending on what amount of hours, between $7,500 and maybe $9,000 for his testimony for a rebuttal of something we didn't even present. You heard about neurological testing? When did we present neurological testing to you? It's our own expert. We didn't present it to you because it didn't have any impact. We're supposed to give you stuff that means something. That meant nothing. Troy's fine, right? He's normal in that way. Was he normal at the time? Is he still normal now? PTSD isn't something you can test on a neurological scan or anything that you can do with putting blocks together. That's not what that is. Why was Dr. Demery even here making $7,500? He never said he didn't have PTSD. You couldn't rebut that because you can't. Dissociative amnesia? Rely on what you heard. But Troy gave the same version of events to all these doctors. He was going in for drugs. There was not a plan to kill people. They went armed. They were going to rough people up. It got out of control. And he remembers things. This was a pretty stressful event. I think that all of the co-defendants would probably have a hard time remembering everything, mainly because they probably don't want to. But that's something you can consider. We were not saying that he somehow has neurological damage and he can't remember things. He has PTSD, he was drunk and high, and things were hazy. So once again, why do we hear from Dr. Demery? I don't know. Troy Victorino died a very long time ago. That's a theme that we've just continuously been saying because it is so true. He's been in prison for going on 20 years. In fact, he's spent the vast majority of his life in prison, if you count his juvenile adult sentences. And that's why we called Raul Bonasco, because I think that, once again, records are a tricky thing, huh? Yeah, they exist and you have to deal with them. But he has a lot of Department of Corrections records. And you heard from Mr. Bonasco, who's worked in this system for 39 years. He still works in a prison-type system. I think it's pretty clear he's really familiar with how these things work. You have to consider the education that he provided to all of you. A lot of it's pretty surprising, right? But overall, the number one conclusion was that Troy Victorino hasn't had a DR, a disciplinary report, or a warning, since his conviction in this case. Now, he did have some before, none of them violent. Go based on your memory what they were. I think at one point he had like alcohol or something like that. I don't remember if that was him. But either way, he had like stupid things. And he was a kid. You know, I mean, Raul Bonasco told you, these kids, when they come in, these jitterbugs, they're running around like lunatics. They have like zero impulse control. They're getting in trouble. They're fighting. You'd expect for him to have some DRs between those ages when your brain's not fully developed, when you're basically still trying to figure it out, and when you're basically in a gladiator camp where we have already heard from a couple different witnesses that he was attacked. It's not safe places. Prison is awful. Raul Bonasco educated you a little bit. Death row. You know, I'm not saying that death row is great. You know, obviously you're facing your impending death. That can't be anything less than stressful. You're sitting there and you're waiting. But once again, you're housed alone. You don't have to deal with some roommate. You brought your food. You can't work, which I found the strangest of all. I'd make them work, but nope, can't work. They're condemned. You sit there. They can go to the law library. They have day room privileges. They can kiss and hug their loved ones. That was surprising. Basically, they have the same kind of privileges, except they get to be alone, the general population at a maxed housing unit in a close custody setting would have. The same. Until they die. If he's sentenced to life in prison, gosh, we love this pine box reference, right? But it's true. It can't get any truer than that. He'll die. He'll be used to maintain the facilities, which are all aging and falling apart. He'll have a purpose. It's not easy. It's punishment. Have to get used to being around other inmates. And this is where it's so important, because honestly, if he just changes one inmate's trajectory in their life, one inmate, then he has a purpose. He has a reason to live. I called two inmates for a reason, Alex Pagan and Ronaldo McGirth. What do they gain from coming here? They're serving prison sentences. What they gain is they get to tell the truth about Troy and what they've seen. They've got to see him in a setting that Raul Bonasco did not get to see him. They saw him in his day-to-day around other inmates. He's kind. He goes out of, as McGirth said, he goes out of his way to make himself and make everybody comfortable because of his size. He's very aware of it. He's been aware of it since, he's a kid, and his mom said that they're snatching their kids away from him in a grocery store because he's such a big guy. He made an impact on them. It's not laughable that he helped people read. It's not laughable that he encouraged people to understand the law. These are good things. He never was angered, despite even when he was, had a little incident with one of the guards where they were, frankly, purposely probably hurting him. He always uses the administrative avenues. He doesn't scream, he doesn't yell, he doesn't lose it. When he needs a moment, he takes it. He is institutionalized. He is not a threat to anyone or anything, despite what he looks like. That's not who he is. The records are absolutely supportive of this. And that's why Raul Benasco felt so comfortable giving you that information, that he believes he's a well-adjusted inmate, and that he'll do well in population, and that he will be working, and that he can serve a purpose. But I want to let you think about it in a different way, too. Troy deserves life in prison, not because he's earned it in some way, but because it is a punishment that suits what he has done. He will live his days haunted and tormented by his actions. Dr. Danziger made that pretty clear, that he's expressed that over and over again. His fate's final, and he'll just become another aging inmate, only known by their number. There will be no pen pals or twisted fame from sensationalism of his crimes, the Xbox murders. His family will slowly die, and he will be alone. He will die alone and anonymous. Hopefully somebody will still be alive to claim his body. But society is safe, and the victims will receive justice with this type of a sentence. Goodbye. Troy Victorino is tortured and haunted by his actions because he's remorseful for what he's done. He's exhibited in the courtroom. I know you all saw him. Crime scene video, crime scene photos. He's weeping. He died, and he's tried to bury who that person was. And yet here we are. He has to be faced with it, and he should be. And he should be. But who he is now matters. He's matured. He's made positive changes. He's changed his purpose from drugs and violence to faith and patience. Dr. Danziger described a monumental change in Troy over these years. He has a unique perspective, seeing a person who's lying to his face to somebody who is accepting what he's done. You heard from Mr. Barker. Oh gosh, I love Mr. Barker. He baptized him as a Jehovah's Witness. This is something that he was obviously raised in, as you heard from his mother, but he had clearly strayed from his teachings. He's known him since 2007. He cares for Troy, and Troy really cares for him. When his wife was dying, he made him artwork. He shared that with you. It was beautiful and touching. He didn't do that because he was asked to do it. He did it because he cares. Because Troy cares about him and cares about his wife and his family. He showed compassion. He's also seen a change. He's matured. I think he said he became more mild-mannered. And his faith has certainly strengthened. Troy has a daughter. It's understandable why she doesn't want to see her father. He loves her deeply, and when they did have a relationship, he showed it. His mom described that to you. He hopes one day she'll return to him, and that he can prove to her that he can make her proud by the man that he's become. God, he loves his mother. I don't think he would not stop crying the entire time she was in here. She's seen the biggest change in her son. He's the closest to her of all of her children. Think about that. Her children are all around her, and the closest one to her is one that's institutionalized. She only gets to talk to him on the phone. She barely can visit him in person anymore. I think it's because of they're vulnerable with one another. You know, they've shared a lot of pain. She did her absolute best. She came in here and she told you. But you have to remember she was being abused and treated cruelly as well. She tried to get him help. There's no doubt about that. She tried. But by 15, he was broken beyond repair, as we've discussed. She has resiliency in the cracks in her foundation. I know she wishes that her son had the same. She loves him, and as she said, he will always be her baby boy. Listen, I'm about to sit down. I hope that in some way I've helped to explain who Troy Victorino is and who the man is who's sitting behind me now. Remember, your humanity goes with you in that jury room. When you go through this weighing process tomorrow, remember you're never compelled to vote for death. Not in this case, not in the worst imaginable case you can think of. If the aggravators do indeed outweigh those mitigators for you, remember that you still don't have to vote for death. The law is satisfied with a life sentence without parole. It's satisfied with a life of punishment and purpose. You do not have to explain yourself or give any reason. This decision is yours alone, and it is your individual moral compass that will guide you. Mercy alone is enough of a reason, and one which can only come from you personally. Mercy is humanity's greatest gift. Please let Troy live until God decides he should die. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank all the lawyers today. It's been a long couple of weeks. I know everybody's exhausted. So that's going to conclude for today, and I'm going to bring you back tomorrow morning at 8:30. I'll give some instructions, and then you'll begin your deliberations. So this will be the last time I say this to you. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. No independent research, and please stay away from any media, anything online. And I will see you all tomorrow morning at 8:30. Get some rest tonight. Thank you. All right. Thank you all. Get some rest tonight, and we are in recess.